Boom, welcome, lesson 4. It's been a crazy experience. Thanks for joining me. We thought we would sneak in this extra bonus lesson for you. So this is lesson 4 of the Launch Masterclass. In just a moment, I'm about to head back to the, Kristen, could you flip that back to the main one? And don't look, please don't look. You're not supposed to see that page. And yes, we're live, folks. In just a minute, I'm going to head back to the main set, and we are going to get rolling. So I just had a little bit of housekeeping here. So we are, as I've been saying since the beginning of lesson 1, this is 1 week to get you launched. This is 1 week to change your life. And so please dial in with me, focus in with me, drop in with me, turn off all your distractions. We are all living in a distraction-rich environment. You got all kinds of things on your computer, all kinds of things on your phone, on your iPad that just pop up and give you notifications. Just shut everything down, close the door, get ready to settle in with me. We're going to go about 3 hours here. So the last couple of sessions, we actually went 4 hours. I'm going to get this thing done in shorter than that. Maybe a little more than 3 hours, but it'll probably be about 3 hours. For those of you who are just joining for the first time, I'm going to try to keep you engaged for 3 hours. And I think we've been doing a pretty good job. Let me know in the comments if you were surprised when maybe you first heard about this. You're like, 3 hours, there's no freaking way. And then all of a sudden, here you are on lesson 4. And you stuck through the whole thing. Let me know if it's been worth your while to stay engaged. Let me know if we've done a decent job of keeping you engaged. So turn off all those distractions, turn off the buzzers and the beepers and the phone, shut down social and just focus in with me. It's going to be worth it. So I've got some notes here. Let's see. Please, I'll be taking questions all the way throughout. So type your questions in, even if I don't get to them immediately. My team in the background is collecting all of them, and we've been getting to dozens and dozens and dozens of questions. Plus, give me the energy in the comments. Once I go back to the main set, I'm going to be watching your comments, and the reality is I'm just trying to bring the energy and get you pumped and get you ready to launch. But at the end of the day, it's like I'm talking to a camera. So give me the energy in the comments, please. This is 1 week in my ecosystem and 1 week to get you launched. So to leave a comment, depending where you're at, some folks are on Facebook, you can leave comments there. If you're watching on the concierge page, that's the best experience. You might need to register with Discuss or Discus. No one knows how to pronounce it. But once you get registered the first time, then you're registered for comments and you're all good. We will have a super secret segment. The folks that have seen the prior super secret segments have been completely stoked. That's my carrot to get you to watch live, because the super secret segment will not be in the replay. So otherwise, we'll take care of you. We'll get your replay. If you have to drop out, if it's like way too early for you in Australia, if it's way too late for you in Europe, or if you had an appointment, I know we popped lesson 4 on you unexpectedly, and we just told you about that. I get it. So there will be a replay, but if you stick around live, we will have the super secret segment. And so far, people have been pretty stoked on those super secret segments. So I think that's about it. Dan, did I forget anything?
No, I think we're good to go.
Good to go. Okay, so I am about to head back over there, and I'll see you in about 50 seconds. "2020 hasn't been the year that any of us expected. Things that seemed so secure at the start of the year seem a lot less sure right now. But every challenge has the seeds of opportunity inside it. And this crisis is no different. Now is the time to lean in. I've been through crisis before. I know that first you survive, and then you thrive. I'm Jeff Walker, and for 15 years, I've been teaching people how to launch, how to create and grow their online businesses. And now, over the next week, I want to show you why now is the best time to launch. Welcome to the Launch Masterclass, because it's time to launch. Lesson 4, the Launch Masterclass. We decided to sneak in an extra lesson for you. Thanks for joining me. This is about those 2 hidden launch sequences, that people just don't, if they try to reverse engineer this process, they never even see these. So I'm going to explain these to you and how they build your launch, but also build your business. So we've got some cool stuff in store for you today. If you're just joining me for the first time, and I know we had a whole bunch of people just join us for the first time, then there's a lot to catch up, but we'll get you caught up. And so the deal is, what we're talking about is launching an online business, or launching the business you already have in a much bigger way. So the reality is that if you want that online business, and why would you want an online business? Because, well, hello, pandemic, it's the one thing that has been thriving in this environment. The internet's open for business. It's been open all year, and internet business is absolutely thriving, especially any type of coaching or consulting or teaching or instructing type of a business, because like online education's become the new norm. And so if you want to have one of those online businesses and the security that provides, the ability to work anywhere you want and work the hours you want, the ability to work with who you want, the freedom to create the lifestyle you want, the income, the impact, if you want that online business, you need to launch. And when I say launch, I mean a launch the way like Apple would launch a new phone, or the way Hollywood would launch a new film. They get people anticipating the product, the service, the offer long before it's available, and then people are so stoked they can't wait to buy. Well, the thing is our kind of businesses, little tiny micro businesses, can have that same type of launch where people are just like, they can't wait to buy from you. We can have that power. In fact, you need to use that power. And that's what I'm here to teach you, because I've been teaching this since 2005. It's been 15 years that I've been teaching this thing we call the product launch formula. And even though it says product launch formula, it works just as well for services, it works for books, for art, it works for one-on-one practitioners taking their practice and bringing it online and doing it in a distanced way, but also a leveraged way. So you go from one-on-one to maybe one to small groups and eventually one to many. So like I said, I've been teaching this for 15 years. This is a proven formula. I've had over 1 million people go through this free version of the Launch Masterclass. It sounds ridiculous, I know. How can you have 1 million people go through it? But if you do the math, I have 60 to 90,000 people go through it each year. I've been doing it for 15 years. You grind away at something for 15 years, and it works, and people tell other people about it. Well, then you end up 15 years later saying, I had 1 million people go through this. I've also had tens of thousands of people go through my coaching program. And collectively, they've done $1 billion in launches. I know these are crazy sounding numbers. That's not where I started. I started as a stay-at-home dad, taking care of 2 babies, trying to figure out an internet business back in the 90s. Eventually got pretty good at it, figured it out, and then in 2005 started teaching it. So a couple quick disclaimers, caveats. This isn't get rich quick. This requires work. It actually requires hard work. And I'm very upfront. But it's a formula that has worked and has been proven and worked over and over and over again. So if you just want a magic button to put on your social media profile that'll make money fly out of your phone, this isn't the right place for you. But if you're willing to buckle down, you can create something amazing. The other disclaimer is that this is free. Obviously, you didn't pay anything. There's no credit cards required. This is our 4th lesson. I've been teaching this just in this masterclass. I don't know, we're up near 12 hours of training, of free training. And if you're just joining us, there's replays available. There's all kinds of resources available. It's all available on the concierge page for a few more days. But I do also have my product launch formula coaching program. If you're ready to step forward and go deeper with this, then that's available until this Friday. It's just, so those are the disclaimers. It's just me and you and a camera and a few thousand of our closest friends watching. I've also got Dan over here. Dan's the person who's basically keeping me on track. He's running all the cameras. He's running all the audio. We have a great big team now. Well, what I consider a great big team. We're somewhere up around 30 people now, but they're all virtual, primarily virtual. They'll be in the comments helping you. They're building the content. They're just absolutely amazing. We've got coaches. We're going to have an after-hours session with our coaches. Here in this set, it's just myself and Dan, and we've got Kristen over there. Kristen's the person who runs my entire team. She's been with me for 11 years, and we got a lot of cameras and fancy gear. We've grown up over the years. It didn't used to be this fancy. We've grown up. You don't need to be this fancy. You don't need to emulate what I'm doing now. It's taken me 15 years to get here. But even in that first year, we were doing really, really well. So I've also got some notes here. So it keeps me on track, and I've got an iPad here so I can watch your comments. So that's the whole setup. It sound good? Are you guys ready to go? I am going to just go and make sure that, lesson 4, get ready to rock and roll. You know, I started on Friday saying we've got 1 week to launch. And that doesn't mean that you have 1 week, that you have to get launched in a week. But I have 1 week of this masterclass. It started on a Friday. It ends this coming Friday. And it's just 1 week to bring you into my ecosystem, to show you how this works, to show you how it has worked, to show you some of the regular people who have made it work, to share my team with you, and to put together a free training for you that I know I could, well, actually, for those of you who have been watching from the beginning, if I just took these recordings and put them up, how much do you think I could charge for these recordings? I'm just curious what you think. Because that's why we're pulling it down on Friday. You know, 1 week out of the year, I go all out and I basically teach an entire course on launching. And then we pull it down. And we also, in that time, we open up our super advanced coaching program. And so that's where we're at. We're at Tuesday. We're sort of halfway into this. And in fact, I'll show you where we are right here. And I want to go over and look at the comments and see what. Dan, what do you think? Does anyone finding any value here?
Well, you know, we haven't had comments about, we just had someone say could charge a lot for this. But you know what I think? Oh man, here we go. We have someone who says, I think it could go for $3,000 easy. All right. I like this one here. We've got someone who said, my client paid me to watch all 10 hours of this masterclass. She was hoping to get a few free tips to launch her book. Today I told her we had to get the course, and she agreed, even though she hadn't personally watched 1 minute of it.
That's nuts. Okay, so I just wanted to give you a feel for where we're at. And like I said, I've got 1 week to pull you into my ecosystem and share the community, share the teachings and the formula, to share my coaches, to share some of the work of my team behind the scenes. So we got 1 week. So we started, I actually don't have where we started, but this is where we're at. We're on Tuesday. So this is lesson 4. We also have a deadline today that I'll tell you about a little later on. So that's Tuesday. Then on Wednesday, tomorrow, we're going to release our blueprint. And this is a document that's sort of a blueprint of the entire process. So I know some of you came in the middle of this process. And at this point, things are moving so fast, I don't have time to review the first 3 lessons for you. I'll just tell you what they were. The first lesson was the sideways sales letter, and that's the formula that has launched thousands of businesses and thousands of products. Whether it's a physical product, a digital product, an online course, a membership site, artwork, book, membership, mastermind, on and on. The product launch formula has launched. It's just how you've seen this in the wild. This is, if you've ever seen someone come out with a new course and they release this content ahead of time that builds value, and then all of a sudden they release it and you just can't wait to get it. Whether it's in tennis, learning to play tennis, or learning to play soccer, or learning to play baseball, or learning to meditate, or learning to cook to cook vegan, or whatever. This is how experts become highly paid experts. This is how gurus become gurus. This is how influencers become influencers that are actually making money. So the blueprint is it's a PDF. I don't even know how big it is right now. It's probably 30 to 35 pages or something like that. And it's an entire blueprint that sort of gives you a review of everything we've covered up till now, plus what we're going to cover today. It's really amazing, and we're going to release that for you tomorrow. It's an incredible resource. We also have a frequently asked questions about launches and, frankly, about the Product Launch Formula Coaching Program. My team and I, Candace and Angie and myself, sat down with this, and I think we've got somewhere between 45 questions or something we answered fairly in depth. So these 2 resources we're going to release for you tomorrow. Then Thursday, I realize you probably can't read this, but this says the launch nights of the square table. And so what this is up till now, I've shared a bunch of amazing case studies with you. And I asked about maybe 6 or 7 of those folks to actually come on a Zoom with me and just talk about, because some of those case studies were recorded 2 weeks ago, some of them were recorded a year ago, and a couple of them were actually recorded 2 years ago. And so they're all at different places than they were when they recorded. So I sort of wanted an update on them, but more importantly, I wanted them to share what are the biggest lessons. If they knew then what they know now, what would they have done differently? What are the biggest learnings and lessons of their launch journey? So that launch nights of the square table, today's lesson 4, it's the last official lesson. This one is just to bring you up to speed and tap into some of the wisdom within the community. Some of the heroes of this launch that I've shared with you will be on this. I'm basically going to do a Zoom with them. And that will be Thursday at our normal broadcast time, which is right now. It's wherever you are in the world. For me, it's 2 p.m., but let's just say it's 4 p.m. Eastern. I think it's, I don't know what it is, Greenwich Mean Time. Do you guys know? What's now Greenwich Mean Time? I think it's 8 o'clock right now, Greenwich Mean Time. Or 8:18. So that is the launch nights of the square table on Thursday. So the hits keep on rolling. I don't abandon you after today. We still got amazing resources. Now Friday is when this all closes down. That's when we're going to pull down our, the materials, all this free training. It's also when we close registration for the Product Launch Formula Coaching Program. So it is a big day. Everything, I think, ends at midnight Pacific time. So midnight Pacific time. We also have our closing ceremonies. And this I think will be a nice moment for us, just to put a bow on this. And as part of the closing ceremonies, I'm going to do a Zoom with my team. And you're going to get to meet my team and sort of learn from them and learn from what they have seen after seeing so many people go through this training and sort of what makes the difference. So really, that's what these two lessons are about, what makes the difference. But this one, closing ceremonies on Friday, again, 4 p.m. Eastern time. I think it's going to be fun. It's going to be fun. It's going to be awesome. I can't wait to share my team with you. Then, like I said, closing. That's when you need to watch all the replays, get all the downloads, absorb all the material. I said you have 1 week to be into my ecosystem, and this is where the week ends. Then on Saturday, I am going to sleep. I'm going to sleep. I'm going to sleep. I haven't gotten much sleep this week, and I think my entire team is going to sleep that on Saturday. Well, most of them. I know some of them are going to be taking care of all the people that join the coaching program here. So there's going to be, I don't think my customer service team and JT get so much sleep on Saturday. But I get to sleep. And then on Sunday, I think I'm going to go for a walk with my wife, Mary. So, yeah, just a bit of a recharge. Then on Monday, we release Module 1 of the Product Launch Formula Coaching Program. So everyone who steps in there, this is the real start of your journey. Now, make no mistake, you join today, you get into the portal, and we got goodies for you in the portal. That you get to absorb right now. But this is when Module 1 opens up, and then Tuesday is the first coaching call. Tuesday is the first coaching call. Remember, up until Friday, you have the replays, you have the case studies, you got the nuggets where we cut down just the teaching portions of all the lessons. We pulled out the case studies, we pulled out the Q&A, so it's just the teaching portion. And you've got the action guides, and I'm sure there's stuff I'm forgetting, all that stuff. So there we go. Now, I have a question for you. I'm going to go over to my comments. So this is the question, is, we opened up registration for the coaching program on Sunday. And I know we have a lot of questions, so if it's okay with you, I'd like to I know my team's got a lot of questions. If it's okay with you, I'd just like to answer a few of the big ones before we get rolling on with the pre-pre. Is that okay with you guys? We're going to go over the comments. We got comments coming in all over the place. The iPad? Yeah. Here we go. Okay. So here we go. Quickly. How fast can I get started? And a related one, do you need to go through all 9 modules to be ready? And no, you don't. In fact, the way the course is structured is it's front-loaded, so the earlier modules are the ones that just really get you rolling, and the later ones are the super advanced stuff like Evergreen. That's the super advanced stuff. So the stuff early on will really get you rolling, and you do not need to go through 9 modules to get started. You heard the case study with Jana the last time, where she literally had her launch planned and completed in right about a month. I think it was about 4 or 5 weeks. She had her launch completed, not started, but completed within that amount of time. Is this a $197 monthly membership? No, it is not a monthly membership. I'll talk more about the pricing structure later on, but it's not a monthly membership. It's a one-time purchase. What if you're starting from zero? What if you're starting with no list? We've got you covered. If you go through the case studies, there's many of them, people that started with no list and are just doing really, really well. In fact, I've got one coming today, so it started with no list. We give you training on how to build your list. We give you training on how to get started from scratch. How much am I on the coaching calls? I'm probably on about 40% of the calls, I think. So the way it'll work is these initial 8 calls that you get, I'm going to be on probably about 5 of those or 6 of those, somewhere in there. Let's say 4 to 6. But the thing is for those of you who've seen in the after hours, my coaches are amazing, and so this isn't the Jeff show. Years ago, it was the Jeff show. It's no longer the Jeff show. I'm the one in front stage in front of the camera, but we have this team of full-time coaches that are just absolutely amazing. And if you were in the after hours, you saw Barry and Donna just absolutely crushing it. Anyone want to give a shout out to Barry and Donna? Let's see. Questions about the Masterclass, and if you can and should continue watching. If you want, you'll have access to it. You can watch it. And also, you're going to get some goodies right inside the portal, the PLF portal right now that you might want to focus on. And then what if I have a day job? And you know what? I totally get this because I had a day job when I started out. The way it's structured is you can do it when you can work your way through when the time is right for you. Everything's recorded. You can go back and review things. If you fall behind, we're not going to leave you behind. If you fall behind, you can catch up at your own pace. It's designed to be that way. And I would say at least half the people going through the program have a full-time job. And half the case studies you've seen, I'm guessing around half of them are people that had a full-time job and then worked it in around the edges. So I'm not a big fan of just like burning the boats. Some people are like, just quit your job. No, just build your business while you still have that steady income. Okay, so I think that was some of the big ones that my team heard. I am going to, now let's get rolling. So there are 2 sequences, and they are super, super powerful. In fact, I mentioned one the other day in whatever lesson that was, lesson 3, and it was the pre-pre. And the pre-pre, well, let me just show you what I mean. Here we are with the pre-pre. So now I want to show you the 2 hidden sequences. These are the sequences that the people that try to reverse engineer this process, well, they completely miss these 2. So the first is the pre-launch. So back in lesson 1, you remember way back in lesson 1, I taught you about the pre-launch, the sideways sales letter. Well, the pre-pre comes even before the pre-launch. And the pre-pre, it could be weeks in advance. It could even be months in advance. So the beautiful thing about the pre-pre is it gives you market intelligence that allows you to build an amazing pre-launch. So you're not going into the pre-launch just guessing at what you should use in your pre-launch, what you should do in your pre-launch. The pre-pre gives you the intelligence to create a great pre-launch. It also gets people excited before your pre-launch even starts. So they're excited before they even know a launch is going to happen. The pre-pre it's absolute magic. It's super powerful. And it sends you into your pre-launch you're not starting from zero. Then the post-launch comes after the open cart. So again, now we've got the pre-pre, then we've got the pre-launch, then we've got that open cart that I taught you about in lesson 3. Now comes the post-launch. And the post-launch is where you work with the people that have bought from you. This is a sequence as well. You take those precious new clients of yours and you work with them through that post-launch. And this is really about turning them into evangelists. And the crazy thing is once you follow this process, this super interactive process, you're going to create raving fans. Now you might be sitting at home saying, it's just me. I don't have any raving fans. Well, at one point it was just me sitting in the basement and I didn't have any raving fans. And as you've seen up till now, you've seen in the comments, you've seen in the chat roll, I've got some people that think I'm pretty cool, right? That's because of the post-launch. And the amazing thing is that post-launch ends up feeding back into your pre-pre and sets you up. What I'm really talking about with these 2 sequences is going from a launch, just a launch that might be fantastic. It might bring in a lot of money. It might bring in a lot of new people onto your list. It might give you all kinds of momentum, but at the end of the day, it's a launch. When you start to add in these 2, the pre-pre and the post, this is where you turn it into a real, serious, sustainable business. So let's see how this works in the real world.
Hey there, I'm Casey Morris. I'm a former 8th grade English and language arts teacher from a very small town in South Georgia. And now I have the privilege of helping educators make their mark on the world by selling their teaching resources online. My favorite thing to do when preparing for a launch is definitely get the momentum up about a month or so before the launch actually starts. In our pre-launch, I live for these moments where we grab micro influencers, as we like to call them, and we have them kind of spread the buzz for us. So maybe they're students, maybe they're people that want to become students, but what we do is we kind of captivate them with a lot of different challenges and they fall in love with them. For example, on our last pre-launch, we did something super silly. We had teachers grab a coffee mug, they cheers the camera and they slid their coffee mug off of the camera. And then we compiled all those together and it made it look like we had a bunch of teachers cheersing to each other. And it was a great way to build buzz because a lot of people were asking, like, where did you get that idea from? Or who did you learn that from? And a lot of teachers were able to then kind of lead the road back to us. And we were able to kind of start those conversations, to share our opt-in. Another way that we love to add buzz in our pre-launch is to invite teachers to take a quiz. So a quiz is a really fun way to get the momentum going and to get people excited about what's to come. And in our quiz, they kind of find out what their personality type is when it comes to being a teacherpreneur or a teacher/entrepreneur. And that's just another way to kind of get the conversation going. But don't think that you have to have, 100,000 followers on social media to create a lot of momentum and a lot of buzz before you start your launch. There is so much power in the micro influencer or the teacher or the student that only has 200 followers, because those types of people are really listening to what their people have to say, and they're constantly believing in that word of mouth marketing, which is still a real thing in 2020. That momentum in your pre-launch is just the very beginning of your launch. You really want to carry those people. So you have to give them something else, something to look forward to. So for us, we love to open up a pop-up Facebook group, move those people from the excitement of sharing things on social media, moving into this private Facebook community where we can give them even more value. We believe in the 80-20 rule. We give 80% of our content away for free. And at that moment, people start realizing that there's something more. We want them to say, man, I want this for my life too. And moving them into our private Facebook communities allows that buzz to continue. We have our students in there. We're doing daily challenges with them, encouraging them to answer a few questions. And we're giving away Amazon gift cards. Just little things that don't even require money, but just excitement. People thrive off of community. And if you can have them in a place that's different than any other community, where there's so much positivity, so much good energy, people are wanting that, especially in 2020 when things are so crazy right now with how the world is. People are looking for a place to call home. And more than ever, it's important that you become that person for them. So when you do move into your pre-launch and actually opening your cart, people are asking to give you their money instead of wondering why you are asking.
Casey's amazing. She's had some incredible launches. The first one she did, if I'm remembering this correctly, was when she was 7 months pregnant with her fourth child, and she just did this rocking launch. So and since then she has dove deep into the process. So what we're talking about is, remember back in lesson 1, we talked about the sideways sales letter, and we really went deep. It was a different color here. We went deep on your pre-launch. Your pre-launch, your opportunity, your transformation, your ownership. And then in lesson 3, we went deep on the OC. For those of you who have no idea what the OC, maybe you've just joined us, some of the other folks, please tell them in the comments what the OC is. But this is where you actually start taking orders. So this is the setup. This is where you're delivering all kinds of value through 3 pieces of pre-launch content. They could be videos. They could be done live, like I'm doing a live here, or they could be done via email. And there's other ways too. But those are the 3 primary ones. And the videos could be direct to camera, where you're talking to the camera, but they can also just be screen capture videos. In other words, recordings of your screen where you're talking over. So that's your pre-launch, and your pre-launch leads up to, did anyone get in the comments there, did anyone provide an answer for us yet?
Yep, we got a couple people who knows what's up.
Yeah, you know what's up. So the OC is the open cart. That's where you start taking orders. And this is actually an entire sequence. So lesson 3 covered that. So here we go. Lesson 3, if you didn't see that one, lesson 1, and also if you didn't see lesson 2, that I think that rocked people's world more than anything. So this is what I've taught you so far. And that's super cool. But then over here, we have the pre. And it's actually the pre-launch. So someone please type that in the comments, just so a lot of people don't get confused. So we've got the pre, and then over here is the post-launch. The post-launch. So let me just let's just dive right in, because these are super powerful. I want to show you how powerful they are. Now, one thing before we get into this, I want to talk about what we call a list universe. So you might have heard, of email lists, or you might think of social media followings. You could think about your following, your tribe, your community, your list. Well, the reality is once you start, there's going to be different list universes. And I talked about this in lesson 2 at depth, and the difference between at the most basic, there's a prospect list, and then you're going, after you do a launch and make sales, you're going to have a buyer's list. So a prospect list and a buyer's list. And I know I'm leaning on you guys in the comments, but for those of you watching who watched on whatever day it was, it's all blurring together. This has been a rock and roll show, but we actually have a different term that we have other than buyers that in my business we use. So you can go ahead and type that into the comments. Don't you love how, Dan, how I'm like I'm making them work?
I like it. Yeah, we get to, it's cool. We get to see who's been here the whole time.
Yeah, who's paying attention, right? Yeah, it's like, boom.
There is a test later.
There will be a test.
This will be on the test.
This will be on your final exam. Okay, so there's multiple list universes out there. And so, for instance, like let's say down here, right here is the entire universe. There's all these people that are out there in the universe. And even though for some of you, I have taken over your week, I've completely consumed your week in this masterclass, the reality is 99.99% of humans have never heard of me. Absolutely never heard of Jeff Walker, which is fine. In fact, it's good. So these are all those people out there. Then there's this one step in this ring are the people that they have an awareness of me. Maybe they've seen a video that I published on my YouTube channel, or they've seen a blog post, or they've seen people talk about me, or they've heard people talk about me, or they heard me on a podcast. They have some awareness that there's this Jeff guy who teaches people how to build businesses online, teaches people how to launch. So that might be this ring in here, okay? That's that ring. And then there are the people who have actually joined, follow me. They've joined my email list, because I'm focused more on email than social. Social's great, but email's, you want to take people from social and move them over to your email list, because you have more power and control. Trust me on that one. I know some of you are doubting me, but I've seen the inside of hundreds and hundreds of businesses, and all the best are driven by email. So it's great to build a following on social, but you push them over to email. You have to do that, because email is the platform you control. You don't control social. They can change the rules at any time. Social platforms can go out of favor. So in any case,
what do we hear from our case studies? Just do what Jeff says.
Yep. So next inner ring, they're either following you on social, or hopefully they're on your email list. So now that's that prospect list, okay? That one right there. So awesome. I mean, this is a major step from this ring to this ring. Then the next step in is, we'll go green on this one. The next step in is your buyers. Or did we have anyone get the right answer for us on there, Dan?
We got a couple. Actually, we got more than a couple.
Okay, so the buyers we call owners. To me, it's more a term of honor and distinction. So we have product launch formula owners. So anyways, next ring in is owners. And to jump from being a prospect to an owner is an epic thing in my world. It's just an unbelievable, amazing thing. And they become just, so much closer to you in their relationship. And frankly, they become a lot more valuable. Now, here's a really tough question for people who are paying attention in lesson 2. How much more valuable are they on average to go from a prospect to a buyer? Go ahead and type that in. I'm really making it. This is a tough one.
This is a tough one. There might even be a prize for this one.
Yeah, I don't have any prizes handy.
I'll give you a crisp high five.
A crisp high five. Okay. We'll see about that one. See if anyone gets that one. What's the next level beyond someone who's an owner or a buyer? And that is someone right in the middle here who becomes an evangelist or a super fan. If you remember way back in lesson 1, right at the very beginning of lesson 1, you heard from Kate B. And Kate B was the young woman in the UK who helps women, mostly women, become sober. Professional women who have created an addiction problem, helps them become sober. She has the sober school. And Kate's awesome. And if you heard her, she's a badass at this stuff. She's building an incredible business, and she's super articulate, and she taught some of our lessons, and she's amazing. But like she was saying to me, Jeff, I was just talking to her a couple weeks ago, and she mentioned it. She's like, it's crazy, but I've got these like super fans now, and they just really want to know me, and they love what I'm doing, and they show up everywhere. And she said, I just thought I was helping people towards sobriety, but now there's like these super fans, and it happens. It happens if you do this right. And so the reason, let me tell you why I go through this, because it's going to become very important really quickly. But the pre-launch is all about getting people activated before your pre-launch. And the people that you end up activating the most are your super fans and your owners, because they're more tied into you. They're opening your emails, they're reading your emails, they're clicking on stuff, they're showing up for you. And so when you do your pre-launch, a big part of it is about what we call co-creation. And some of you are like, whatever, Jeff. But others of you are like, yeah, I love this idea of like, I'm not creating my offers and my products and my content by myself. I have an interaction with my super fans and my owners, and maybe even your main list, and they're giving you feedback, and they're helping you create your offer, and they're helping you create your launch. And so that's what the that's one piece of the pre is all about. So like one of the things we love to do that I teach in depth in the Product Launch Formula Coaching Program is this thing called the shot across the bow. And that is an old naval term that I co-opted for my world. And it's basically this idea of if there is a naval ship trying to chase down another ship, they would actually shoot a cannon shot in front of the other ship just to say, hey, we mean business, why don't you stop, and we need to have a discussion here. That's the shot across the bow. The term goes back hundreds and hundreds of years. But what this is it's a warning or a call that something is coming. And what the shot across the bow does is often we'll do it via a survey that Casey just talked about. And the survey will say, hey, I'm thinking about creating this thing. What should I put in it? Or what would your questions be about this thing? And so early on, you're identifying objections, you're identifying the interest in the market, and that allows you to build out a great sideways sales letter because you're already tapping into the market. Often, this also comes with a sharing component. Like people can share what they're doing, and so it's great to have these people in your inner circles start to share out to these other circles and start to draw in more leads, more prospects, and more energy and more anticipation. So like Casey said, surveys, classic, shot across the bow. A quiz, classic, shot across the bow. There's this thing called the it's STT. This is something that one of our PLF owners, Susan Garrett, developed. And so STT stands for the Susan Testimonial Thing. And I know it's a pretty fancy name, the Susan Testimonial Thing. And it's a process where she gets people to start sharing their results on video and creates a whole contest around that leading into her pre-launch and gets all these shares, gets all these views, and gathers all these stories and testimonials before. That's her STT. When I came out with my book, we had a survey, or not a survey, but I guess it was a survey about the book cover, like getting people to pick which cover they wanted. That idea of co-creation, when someone helps create something, they start to take ownership over it. And that makes them more interested in buying it, but it also makes them more interested in sharing it. So what you're really doing is you're taking these inner circles and you're activating them to create excitement before you even have your pre-launch, before anyone can even think about buying anything. And so remember, this is 7 to 10 days. This is 5 to 7 days. This, it would typically it could be a week or two ahead of time. It could even be much longer ahead of time before that. So that's the pre-pre. Do we have any questions on the pre-pre, Dan?
Not too many pre-pre questions right now. I guess everyone's just perfectly comfortable with all of this. It just makes total sense. No need to elaborate.
Well, I did notice here in the comments that Catherine Du Bois is on it. She nailed it. She said 15 times. Jamie said 15%. No, it's 15x, 15 times. So that'd be like 1,500%.
Oh, here we go. All right, we're getting a few questions rolling in now. All right, here's one from Naomi. Naomi saying she sees testimonials being used during the pre-launch. How do you differentiate in content between what you share in the pre and during the pre-launch? Well,
so first of all, generally testimonials are not shared in the pre. They're gathered in the pre. Now, Sue, the STT, she was gathering them there as well. They still were out in the public, but really she was in the gathering mode. So you're more gathering testimonials. And again, I know we've had a lot of questions. It's like, I'm brand new. I'm just starting out. I don't have testimonials. That's fine. You don't need them. The first dozen launches I didn't have testimonials. That's an exaggeration. Let's say the first 4 or 5 didn't have testimonials. Everyone starts from scratch. Everyone does. And we all start without them. Now, if you're like a one-on-one practitioner, then you can take the testimonials from the one-on-one stuff. If you're getting into something where maybe you've helped people just as a friend, you can gather those as testimonials. So there's ways to get around it, but the reality is you don't need them. You can still do a shot across the bow, and it's not about gathering testimonials. It's about getting people excited. And even if it's just friends and family at the very, very beginning, the pre can be super powerful. And, the reality is not all launches have this. Not all of them do. But as you start to develop your experience and to start to develop your business, it's super cool. And frankly, it's a lot of fun because it can be super lighthearted. It can take place over a period of time. You're not under a lot of pressure. To get into the difference between these two is there's something coming, and it's going to be cool. Here, you're more into the sideways sales ladder and the opportunity transformation ownership. So, this is, go watch lesson 1, and I went really, really deep on this and how to do it. Pre is more like, wow, there is this thing coming. There is, so like, for instance, here's a question for you. If any of you have seen any of the Marvel films, whatever. My favorite one is Guardians of the Galaxy. But, there's a lot of them, right? And if any of you have seen the Marvel films, they start releasing trailers ahead of time. They have the actors out doing the interviews and everything. But here's the question for you. When does the pre-launch start from Marvel film? Now, I'm going to give you, I'm just going to give it a minute here and let people, because there's a little bit of a delay between when I say something and you type in your response. But yeah, just go ahead, type it in, and tell me when does the pre-launch start for a Marvel film? So big Hollywood, gazillion dollars. When does that start? And Dan?
Ooh, I just realized myself. I hadn't even thought about that before. That is cool, actually. I hadn't even thought about it like that.
Yeah. Do we have any answers yet, Dan?
There we go. We got a few, but here's Michelle saying at the end of the last film.
Exactly. So if you've seen those Marvel films, the film ends, the hero saves either the universe, or in the case of Guardians of the Galaxy, they save the galaxy. They save something, big final climactic battle, and they save something. Boom, there's a wrap-up scene, and then the credits roll. And the credits roll, and they roll, and they roll, and they roll, and they roll. But if you know what's up with Marvel films, you sit there and watch all those credits roll and roll and roll and roll and roll, because then the screen will go black, and then there'll be another scene. There'll be like the hidden payoff scene. That's why we're all sitting there in the film, 10 minutes after the film's end, watching these credits, just so we can see that final scene. But that final scene always opens up some mystery or some question that sets up the next film. And that is the pre-launch for a Marvel film. It could be 2 years before the film comes out. So think about the difference. For a Marvel film, and I'm sorry for those of you who have no idea what I'm talking about that haven't watched any of these superhero films, and I know there's a lot of you. But if you have seen them, type in like your favorite one. So their pre-launch is sending the actors out to do interviews. It's doing their trailers. They start the trailers probably a year in advance. They're doing trailers. So that's their pre-launch that leads into opening day, right? But their pre actually started with the last film. When that last film ended, and it's usually 2 years at least out, and they'll just have that little opening scene that just opens up this question. Okay, wait, what? Thanos is like, oh my gosh, oh my goodness. And so there you go. That's literally the pre and the pre-launch with a big, I guess, I don't know if that's an example or an analogy or a metaphor, but there you go. Okay, we got any more questions?
Yeah, I just got to say that idea of like ending and then going to black and waiting a bit and then like coming back up with like something else going on, that is really cool and neat and fun and smart, isn't it?
Oh yeah. I was ducking for my water and my coffee. Here we go. We got any other questions?
Yes. That's a little bit of an inside joke because we do that too with the super secret segment. So stick around, till we have a super secret segment coming on here.
Yeah.
Okay. How about this one from Christine? Christine is wondering, how is the shot across the bow different from a seed launch? Is it kind of like a mini seed launch that you do beforehand?
No. The seed launch, again, the seed launch is the sideways sales ladder. In the seed launch, we typically will compress this into one video or one live or one email, because the seed launch is a simpler thing. Again, if you're just joining us and we're throwing jargon at you, you're going to have to check out all the replays. But the seed launch, it's still, you go through this process here. Hey, people have been asking me for this thing, and I decided to do it. So let me teach you about this. Let me teach you about creating a guitar repertoire, and then you teach for 20 minutes or whatever. And a lot of people have been asking me if I could create this course, and that's what I'm going to do, and I'm going to tell you about it in the next video. So that's the seed launch. The pre-pre would be, wow, I've been thinking about doing this online course on how to develop a guitar repertoire. If you are interested in that, then drop a comment down below and tell me what you want me to cover, or tell me what you're struggling with the most. So this is more content. This is more something is coming. There's something coming.
Awesome. Okay, so we're getting, okay, so I'm going to throw a tricky, I'm going to throw a tough one at you. You okay with that?
I don't know. It's been a long week. I don't know if I can deal with it.
What do you think, guys? Should I throw it? Let's do it. Okay, we're getting a lot of people asking, how do you do a pre-pre if you're just starting out? Or should you do a pre-pre if you're just starting out? Like if you don't have owners yet, or you don't have super fans yet, not just testimonials, but they don't really have much of a following yet. Should they still do a pre-pre?
Yeah, I mean, if you have like zero following, no. If you have a small following, the interesting thing about lists or followings is that when you're early on, when you're first building up, the first 100 people you get on your list are going to be way more powerful than the next 900. That's just, there's this phenomenon called recency, that the more recently someone has joined your list or started following you, the more engaged they are. And there's some weird, so that's a principle that goes back in direct marketing probably 60 or 70 or 80 or 90 years. So that's this idea of recency. So the people have joined your list most recently. So if you're just starting out, good news is you've got the best list. I've got hundreds of thousands of people on my list, but if I had my first 1,000 people, they would be way more powerful than the 200,000th or whatever. So more recent people are better, and when you're starting out, they're all recent. And then there's this other, it seems like this power in the universe, and I don't understand it, but I've seen it. It's just when it is a smaller list, it's just a more powerful list. On average, on a per person basis, it's more powerful. I think people just understand, they get, like, it's just a more intimate experience. And even though logically they shouldn't know that it's a small list, just energetically, I've just seen it happen so many times that, yeah. So when you're just starting out, if you got 0 people, cool, no worries. But if you've only got 30 or 40 or 50, and if you look at like Anne La Follette, and she said when she started she had 3 or 4 or 5 people on her list. But it turned out to be really, really powerful, and she still ended up doing some of this co-creation. And yeah, so there you go. Not absolutely required. Maybe it's not in your first launch, but it's super powerful. And in Product Launch from the Coaching Program, we'll walk you through how to do this. And you can take a look at it, and when you see exactly step-by-step how to do it, then you're like, okay, then you make the decision of whether you want to do it or not in your first launch. But in subsequent launches, you're going to want to. Okay, so Dan, I'm going to keep on crunching here. And also, this screen has gone dark on me over here. And that's hidden talk that, like, Dan, put the clock on over here because I'm trying to stay on time.
Okay, so let's see. Okay, how about maybe just a couple more questions? Now that you can see the time, how are you feeling about things?
I'm thinking one more question and we got to roll.
One more question. Okay, cool. How about this one? I like this question. This one's from Jill. Jill is asking, should I do a pre-pre when I'm starting an offshoot from a current business? I have a small social media following, customers and testimonials from my dog coat business for the dog coats I have made, but she's starting a new membership and is wondering if, splitting off to kind of doing a new thing. Would a pre-pre be a good thing to be doing there with current people?
Yeah, I would say you're going to want to split those people off into another list, what we call a sub-list, and the pre-pre could be a great tool to do exactly that. So I love that. Okay, so now let's jump forward to the post-launch. So the post-launch is what happens after you close cart. So boom, here's close cart. For us, it's going to be this Friday. That's when registration ends, and at that point, you're going to have 2 lists. You're going to have your new owners or buyers, and you're going to have the people that didn't buy from you, because lots of people won't buy from you. The majority of people won't buy from you. And this is all just about taking care of those people, and especially taking care of your new owners. And what it's about is you've just moved them from out here. Well, you've moved a lot of people from out here into these inner rings, but now you've moved some people from the red to the green to the owners. It's amazing. And you want to just show up and serve them. And in this day and age, I mean, you heard Amy Small a couple days ago talk about, she's the one that sells yarn and did that $100,000 in 1 hour launch. And she talked about afterwards people knitting the project she sold to them, and then having the party afterwards where everyone was sharing the photos of their project. That's a way of keeping people super engaged after the process. So taking the next step. And so the beautiful thing nowadays is it's so easy, whether you're selling a physical product like Amy or an online product, a digital type of a product, just you stay engaged with them and you over-deliver. You give them an extra bonus or two. An extra bonus or two could just be doing like a live session. It's so easy to over-deliver now. The thing is it's like, don't remember that calendar I showed you. You know, Saturday and Sunday I'm sleeping and going for a hike with my wife, but then Monday we get to it, and it's all about delivering. And so the beautiful thing is the people that go through this process are so engaged with you. Even the people that don't buy are so engaged with you that all you do is you just have to keep up the communication, and the whole idea is you're moving them in towards being a super fan. And in this day and age where so many people underdeliver and they take the money and they just disappear, all you have to do is stay in communication, stay in conversation. This whole process it's been a process of conversation with your people, with your market, your buyers, prospects, and you just continue the conversation in the post-launch, and you follow up with things like Amy did. You follow up and get case studies. You can, something we've been doing literally since 2005. It's a simple thing, but we send out a postcard, a hand-addressed postcard to everyone who joins the coaching program. And so they're getting something physical in the mail. And it's a simple thing, but the little simple things after the sale that most people don't do, that's what the post-launch is. And the post-launch moves people, it just moves them in another ring, another ring, another ring, hopefully generating some super fans. And you know what? Then that leads right into, whenever you're ready, your next pre-pre. Whether it's for that product or for a new offer, a new product, it doesn't matter. I mean, like right now, you see in the comments, we've got a lot of super fans showing up, right? You've seen that for all these lessons, these super fans showing up and cheering me on. Those people, they're PLF owners. And it's not like I've got they're just showing up because they love me, they love the team. Shout out to the team. They love the team, and they love what we've helped them with, how we have created, what we've created for them. And so they're showing up to cheer on Product Launch Formula, even though they already own it. So this leads directly into moving people into the inner rings, and that leads directly into the pre-pre. And this is how I've basically have a business that it's 15 years now. There's no way you can stay in business for 15 years and do this unless you show up and serve and move them move them into your inner circles. And that just completely sets up. And this is sort of another version of that circle of awesome that I taught on Tuesday. So, boom. There you go. There you go. Let me just go here and see what I'm supposed to say now. And check the comments.
Experienced professionals here.
Yes. remember Sakura we talked to the other day? She was like, I was wondering if this is actually really live. And for those of you who were live when on lesson 3 that were on with us, you saw there was a moment, we did have the chipmunk show up, so we caught the chipmunk on the squirrel cam, but then we also there's a moment where I'm like, hey, we've got a visitor. And it was actually someone coming up to take a census with us. So for those of you outside the U.S., every 10 years they do a census where they count every human being in the country. And we had a census person coming up, knocking on the door right here, right next to the camera, knocking on the door saying, it's time to take the census. And that happened right in the middle of the live stream. So yes, this is live. I also, in lesson 3, I talked about this idea of throwing your hat over the fence, and how my friend Erico told me. Erico's from Brazil. He said in Brazil we have this saying about throw your hat over the fence, and the idea is if there's something on the other side, if you want to get to the other side of the fence, if you're sitting there and you've been procrastinating, which side of the fence do I want to be on? I want to be on the other side of the fence, but I haven't found a way to get to the other side of the fence. There's something over there that you want on the other side of the fence. He's like, the way you make sure you go over to the other side of the fence is you throw your hat over the fence, and then you're going to go over the fence. And when I first started out, I told you I was a stay-at-home dad, and I started publishing, 2 babies, started publishing a newsletter. The newsletter's about the stock market. I had no expertise about the stock market. I had no letters after my name. I wasn't a stockbroker or a commission any registered investment advisor, any of those commodity trading, and none of those letters after my name, no qualifications. Actually, I said I had no expertise. I've been studying the stock market just as a lay person, studying it, but I didn't have any credentials, any degrees, any initials after my name. And I started publishing that, and that led into my first launch. And there's a part of that story I didn't tell you. And the part of the story is that I was trying to change my life at that time. My wife was supporting the family, but we were trying to find a way to bring Mary home and have our family be together. And also we were desperate for an additional stream of income. And so what I decided I was going to do was I was going to go back to school. I was going to go back to school, and I was going to study finance, get a graduate degree in finance. It was going to be Jeff, the financial analyst, not Jeff, the entrepreneurial teacher that you see. So it's going to be Jeff, the analyst. So the problem is that when you go to try to get into finance school, you need to have a resume that has other things besides, yes, I've been home for the last 6 years taking care of 2 kids. That's not going to get you into graduate school. So what I decided is I would start publishing this newsletter about the stock market. See how it tied into finance? I'd publish this newsletter about the stock market, and then I could put it on my application for graduate school. And it would just say I'm publishing a newsletter about the stock market. It wouldn't say that it was free. It wouldn't say that it was via email. I just start publishing this thing, and then I could honestly say I'm a newsletter publisher about the stock market. And I thought that would be a way to build my resume, and it could hide the fact that I had failed out of the corporate world. And so I did that. For 6 months, I was publishing that, and then I applied to school, and I got into the school. It was awesome. I got into the school. I was stoked, but around that time, it was like, oh, we have to pay for a tuition. And by that time, I'd built up a following on this newsletter just through word of mouth, and so I did that right at the beginning of December in 1997. I did the first launch, and that was that launch I told you about. The most important launch I've ever done that did $1,650 in sales. That was like the first week of January. Second week of January, the semester starts, and I go to my first class. And I remember sitting in that class. And I am not an impulsive person. I am not, you might have gotten that I like to plan stuff out. I'm not an impulsive person. But I'm sitting in that classroom, and I'm hearing the teacher, the instructor, the professor just, going on and on and on about whatever. And I'm sitting there in class, and there's a bunch, it's a big class. There's, 70 or 80 or 100 people in this class. And I'm sitting there, and I'm listening to this professor drone on about this finance stuff. And she's going on, and this is like a night class. That's all I could go to was a night class. And she's going on, and I'm thinking about like that $1,650. And then I'm listening to this instructor just go on and on. I'm looking around, and I don't feel like any of the people around, they're all much younger than me. It just doesn't, just droning on and on and on about this finance stuff, which I'm thinking $1,650. And I did that once. If I did it once, I can do it again, and I can do it again. And I might even get better at it. And I'm thinking about this path of being in school for 2 years and spending tens of thousands of dollars, and then coming out of that and getting a corporate job, like as a stockbroker or something. And no offense for the stockbrokers out there, but I like my life better now. And so I'm thinking about this 2 years of school, corporate jail for the rest of my life. And on the other hand, I'm thinking of $1,650. Just going on and on and on. And in the middle of that class, literally the middle of that class, I'd spent 6 months, really longer than 6 months, trying to qualify to get into this class. In the middle of that first lesson, I threw my hat over the fence. And I got up and I walked out in the middle of this class. Now, I don't want to be the Pied Piper leading you to, if you're in college, to quit college. But I saw my future so clearly. And I knew I had pushed that launch button one time. I'd pushed that launch button, and it made $1,650. But more importantly, it proved that someone would buy from me. And I knew I could do it again and again. Middle of class, got up, walked out, went home. Mary's like, "What's up?" I just said, "That's not my future." And I threw my hat over the fence. When I first started out, times were tough. Our family was just scraping by. I've been a stay-at-home dad for 6 years, and I was just absolutely desperate to get something going.
I was commuting 90 miles a day to my corporate job.
I was working so many hours. Oh my goodness, so many hours.
My clients are basically going out of business.
I had about $34,000 of debt. And then and also about to be a dad and
living out of our car in tents, sometimes in a hotel, living off credit cards basically.
It was all the way back in 1996, and I just had this feeling that something could work online, but I didn't know what it could be. But I've been a student of the stock market for a long time, and I just thought I must have something I could share.
And now I have the pleasure of teaching teachers how to sell their teaching resources online for profit.
And we help people feng shui their homes.
An alternative approach to mental health and other problems.
Products like fabric and wallpaper.
So it's a real farm to fork food experience here.
We teach people how to grow cannabis in a small private garden.
Way back then, I had no marketing experience at all, and the most selling I ever done was when I was a Boy Scout and I sold bags of donuts.
And actually, I had to learn a lot of the material because I wasn't a complete expert on everything in that area.
But we're like, we saw what you had to say about, you don't need to be an expert in order to become a teacher. You just need to know essentially more than the people that you're teaching.
And I was awful. It was terrible. I take after take, time after time.
We had an outline.
A mental outline.
I have a list of 0.
No idea, and told them they were going to help me build it. It was messy. There was no background, there was no set. It was just me and a piece of paper. I was afraid. Let's just be honest. I was really afraid, but it didn't let the fear stop me. And we just put it out there, and we thought, what's the worst that can happen?
I sent my first email out to 17 people that I thought might be interested in what I had.
We kind of put out on social media channels like, hey, we're gonna test this personal finance thing.
When I started in about April of last year, I had 25 people on my email list. 3 of those people were me, maybe 3 to 5 people that I didn't even know.
And my open rates were a staggering 6%, which is about as bad as they get.
My first launch did $1,650.
We created a lead magnet. We created a YouTube channel.
And at this point, I'm investing a lot into this pre-launch. I'm like, I have no idea if this is going to work or not. But we finally hit sent the card open email to our customers. And I went to bed that night and I thought, wake up in the morning and see what happened. Well, we had gotten in like 2 pallets of salmon from Alaska. By the time I woke up in the morning, it was half gone.
33 families sign up.
And we brought in over $3,700. So we were like, okay, I think that this thing's got legs.
But my launches kept on getting better from there.
We did a launch that did 6 figures, and it blew our mind, changed our lives forever. Like
more than $100,000 also with this launch.
That one funnel and that one launch on Evergreen is bringing in $30,000 to $50,000 a month, every month, and it just keeps growing.
Made £42,249.
Grossed about 140-some thousand. Yeah.
As my business grew, Mary was able to leave her job and come home and be home with the family. And we started to experience true freedom, financial freedom, time freedom, and the freedom to move out to our dream home in the mountains.
I spent the day today at Disney World with my wife and Xander, our 13-month-old. It's like right now it's a Tuesday, and most people, work like a 9-to-5 type of job.
So I'm getting on the phone. I'm calling Captain Tony up in Alaska. You've got to send more salmon because I'm going to be out in a couple hours.
I was a single mom with a mortgage and 2 kids, and I was counting literally every penny. And that memory popped up the same exact day that we had a splurge date night with our family. And we went to a movie theater where you get to order dinner while you eat, And we paid like $200 for my family of 5 to watch the newest, kid movie out there. And we didn't think twice about it.
They're just not missing me, right? Sure, you come home from work or whatever, or from a trip away or whatever, and you get the running in, the dad hug, that's great. But what's even better is the, after lunch clean up the dishes hug, or the put you to bed every night hug, or all those things. That's amazing.
It's been an amazing journey, and I truly believe entrepreneurs are the future of humanity. They're the ones that are driving all human progress, and it's a privilege to be able to serve them.
It's an investment. It's an investment in yourself. It's an investment in, because your life touches all these other people's lives. So I wish I had done it sooner. It is the thing that made my business, period. Hard stop, period.
This completely changed my life, rewrite my life.
Well, I think it was you that said it, Jeff. I think you asked the question, when's the best time to plant an oak tree? I think you said, well, the best time is, 40 years ago, but the second best time is today.
I had an idea, and that's all you need. You need an idea with a little bit of purpose behind it to make this become a reality. You can do anything you want to do. You just have to want it bad enough.
I just wish we had done everything earlier.
Yep, just do it as soon as you possibly can. Every second that you wait, you're just getting that much further from your dream. Just get on it right now.
We're on the road now. And before we were looking for the road.
Yes.
So I'm here to get you launched. That's why I've been pouring my heart out for 4 lessons. That's why my team has been here pouring their heart out, just delivering value bombs ever since Friday. We're going to be with you until Friday, just giving you more and more value because we're here to get you launched. Part of it, like I said, is to welcome you into my ecosystem. And I am blessed to somehow have created this ecosystem, this community. And I guess I'll stop being modest here. People know me as the launch guy. They know me as the creator of the product launch formula. They know me as this person who's helped teach this formula to so many people. My true superpower is building a community. And that's why you see these, I hope you get a sense just from the comments. That's why Casey is in the comments right now. It's not like I paid her to be there. but she's there. That's why so many of our people keep on showing up and supporting us. We have this community, this entire ecosystem that has just created more and more and more success and more freedom and more of what we call the launch life. And the launch life is, it's not about sipping Mai Tai. It's not about doing a launch and then going sipping a Mai Tais on the beach. It's about having the power and the tools and the capabilities to create the life you want, whether it's to serve at the level you want, to help people at the level you want, to work the amount you want, to be, if it's time to go sit on the beach and drink Mai Tais, that's fine, but you define what you want. And I'm here to get you launched, because I know even the people who are just scraping, I just need to make some money. If you're where I was when I started out, I just need to make some money. I know once they get launched and start to build that business, then they're going to be able to make the impact they want in the world. There's a lot of people that just come into this world, to come into our ecosystem, and they're like, Jeff, I'm not interested in making a lot of money. I just want to help a lot of people. Well, it's a lot easier to help a lot of people when you have a cash flow. And that's about getting launched as well. So that's why I'm here. I've been blessed to be doing this for a long time. And we've done very well financially, my family. We don't spend a lot of money. We haven't upgraded our lifestyle. I bought this secret headquarters. This is where the work gets done. But, I live in the same home I've lived in for 20 years. I drive a Chevy truck. My big splurges is I've got some nice guitars and some nice bicycles. But when you start having the kind of income, those are pretty minor splurges in the grand scheme of things. So what I'm saying is, I don't need to be here doing this to make money. I never want to, slight the idea of making money. Your universe, it's fantastic. Keep on showering the money. That's great. But I don't need it. What I seemingly need is I need to make a big impact. And that's why I'm here, to help you get launched. And that's why I've built this team, and that's why I've built this community. And we want to welcome you in. So if you're ready to go deeper, if you just watched it and like, that was sort of cool, that was an interesting intellectual exercise, or that was an exercise, and boy, that would be nice if I could do that, that's great. And maybe next year when we open up in next September, that'll be the right time. But if you're like, now is the time, I am ready to throw my hat over the fence, then I would like to welcome you. And today's the day to join. I would like to welcome you, and today is the day. I'm not a slick salesman. There's no hidden mirrors. I don't have some fancy script. It's just me and a few cameras, and I'm just speaking directly to you. If you're ready to take it to the next level, then my team and I and the entire PLF community is standing by, waiting to welcome you. So I think there should probably be a button under this video or a link, and you can go through there, and I'm just going to go, I went through this the other day pretty in depth, and it took a while, but I want to move through really quickly what you get when you join the coaching program. I mean, really what you get is you get launched. You get the online business. You get all of the awesome stuff that affords you. But I just want to go through some of the stuff that you get. Like I said, I'm going to move through this quickly. There's so much. I need notes. I can't remember everything you get because we've been building this program for 15 years. And we've built it over and over and over. And this is the best program yet, the best version yet. 15 years in the making, and here we are. So, like I said, that button below will take you through, and you're going to be able to see like the stuff you get. So you don't have to take notes right now. Just settle in and listen to me, or click over and you can see everything you get. So first of all, I've been through, I walked you through the Sideways Sales Letter. I walked you through the open cart. I walked you through the 3 types of launches. Then today I went through the pre, and the post. So it's like, what else is there? We're just scratching the surface here. This is just scratching this. This is the 50,000-foot level. When we take you into the program, we need to land the plane. We can't just look at 50,000 feet and say, oh, opportunity, transformation, ownership. That doesn't work because when we get you in the program, we have to land the plane and make this super step-by-step, actionable, fill in the blanks. And that's what we've done. So, you learn what to do in every single pre-launch video, step by step, including some sample scripts, including some successful PLCs in different markets that have worked before. You get the exact timing and the exact strategies of the pre-launch that go so much deeper than we did in lesson 1. You get guidance on how to pick your niche, how to pick your market. A lot of people are just coming in, just starting out, and you're like, okay, I don't know what to do. Well, you're not the first person. We've coached through that process. So how do you pick your niche? How do you narrow it down? Super important stuff. How to identify all the hidden assets that you've got. And trust me, no matter who you are, where you are, you've got some of those hidden assets. How to do the pre-launch in depth, how to do the shot across the bow, how to do the testimonial cruncher. That's one of the most popular pieces. I didn't have time to get into that, but it's amazing how that pulls out testimonials, even if you're just starting out. The exact open cart strategies and what to do day by day, examples of the open cart, how to put together your offer. So that's critical. I didn't even talk about that here because we just didn't have time. But putting together that offer is 40% of the battle. So how to put together the offer, how to build your list, from scratch. In fact, we have a whole bonus course you get on how to build your list. The strategies to create bonuses, super, super powerful. So you got your primary offer, and then you've got your bonuses, and how you create those, and what they are, and how you identify what they should be, and how you name them. Critical. Absolutely critical. How to when it comes time for your JV launch, your joint venture launch, your affiliate launch, how to recruit partners, how to get them excited, how to sign them up, how to bring them in, what you should pay them. Just I think we've got an entire module just on joint venture launches. And a big part of that is recruiting and motivating and working with those partners. Then there's all kinds of launches that I haven't even talked about. So we talked about those 3 primary launches: the seed launch, the internal launch, the JV launch. But we've got the quick launch. That's how you bring in money if you just need a quick surge of cash. It's more for people who already have a list and maybe they've got an offer. The quick launch can be done in a series of 3 or 4 or 5 emails and can bring in a quick surge of sales. The Sparta launch, that's how to do really high-end workshop type of experiences. And one of the simplest launches and one of the most powerful launches, one of the easiest launches. Again, that one you need to have some type of a list or a following, but it could be great for one-on-one practitioners. Absolutely amazing. The Evergreen launch, that's one of the advanced modules, but the Evergreen launch is how you can have a launch that just keeps on paying you month after month after month after month. And then like the business launch formula, how to tie this all together to build a serious business. That's something I have done over the years. This is a real sustainable business. And you can use your launches. So it's not just, you're not just, no one ever does it with just one launch. Once you do that first launch, it's like you just can't wait to do the next one. And so the business launch is how you turn that into an entire, a real business, a sustainable business, a business that goes for 15 years. You get all of this in the PLF coaching program portal. Best, most beautiful portal ever. I know some of you have already joined and have already been in the portal. If you have and you liked what you see, go ahead and leave a comment. There's 9 modules. Again, you don't need to go through 9 modules. You don't need to wait for 9 modules to launch, because the super advanced stuff is later on. The more like get you going is earlier on. But we release 1 module per week, every Monday. In there you get videos, but you also get the audios and the transcripts, in case you're not a video person. I'm not a video person. I'm a transcript kind of person. I just like to read. You get, and another thing is, we've been doing 3 to 4 hour broadcasts. Once you get in the course, those videos are 8 minutes long, 6 minutes long, 10 minutes long, maybe 12 minutes long. There might be one that's 15 minutes, but most of them we were aiming for 6 to 10 minutes. In other words, you can consume it bite-sized and work your way through. It's great if we had a question about if you have a full-time job right now. This makes it super consumable. That's been a real focus for us, is making this super consumable, super step-by-step, super actionable. You get breakdowns of real launches in all kinds of different markets. You get scripts in various markets, so you can take those scripts and use them as inspiration in your launch. You get checklists, action guides, swipe files, in-depth case studies. You've seen these shorter case studies, but the in-depth of how this stuff actually works, timelines, day by day, what's happening. You've got a path. We've got this launch path that takes you through the entire your future. That's what it takes you through. Step by step, fill in the blank. You get feedback from my coaches, from myself in the portal. You also get coaching calls. This takes it to a completely different level. We talked about this a little earlier. So the coaching calls will be weekly, starting on Tuesday, and they're every Tuesday. They're at 4 p.m. Eastern. If you can't make them live, then you get the recordings. We're always going to take care of you. You get the recordings. So it's for 8 weeks. It's weekly, and then it's monthly for the next year. So you get a full year of support from my coaches and from me. I'll be on some of those calls. Some will be my coaches, and they are every bit as amazing as me. Again, I'm front stage making things look cool. They are full-time coaches. They've been with me for years. You know, if you saw our after-hour sessions, you saw Coach Barry, Coach Barry has been in the PLF world. He was a PLF owner, and he's done, I don't know, something like a dozen six-figure launches. And then just about a little over a year ago, maybe 2 years, I don't know, forget it, all blurs, but he joined as one of our coaches. You also got Coach Donna, who's been in my world since, at first as a client, and then as a coach since I think 2014 or something like that. Been a coach with us for 5 years. It's not like I'm just pulling someone in off the street and paying them $100 to get on a call with you. They're full-time, invested, rock star coaches. You also get the Facebook alumni group, and there's thousands of the stars of Product Launch Formula are there. Every one of the folks that have done case studies, they're all in the Facebook alumni group. We're just waiting with a nice warm blanket to just wrap that around you and welcome you in to the community. And then we've got bonuses. So I'm not going to go through all these bonuses and talk about them. You can see them. Click the link. You can see all these bonuses. There is something like, 14 bonuses or something like that. You get a complete course on building your list, a list of people that want to buy from you, and you can get that instantly. Like you can go and join right now, and 2 minutes later you're going to be in the portal, and you can be going through the course on how to build a list, of people that want to buy from you, and how to build your relationship with that list. You get an entire course on creating your product, a product creation code. You get a $900 off my PLF Live event. So that's I could talk for half an hour on that, but it's a live event that in the past, for the last 10 years, we've done as an in-person event. It will be in the spring. It will be in April of 2021. We're going to have to do it virtual. We might be able to do it physical, but no matter what, you'll be able to attend the virtual from anywhere you have an internet connection, anywhere in the world. You can attend the virtual. And if we can do it physically, you can choose to attend physically. With the pandemic, we just don't know. A ticket for that costs $1,000. You get a $900 ticket, $900 coupon, so you can attend for just $100. We have a whole bonus on your tech stack, and in other words, your tech stack is like what technology you're going to use. And depending on where you are in your business, different people will have different needs. So this is how you pick out what you're going to use for your technology and how you put it together. This is a bonus created by my team, and it's basically a quick start to get you over that technology hurdle. You get a module on book launch campaigns. So if you're an author or a soon-to-be author, you get a training on how to do live launches. So this is a live launch. What we're doing, I'm talking to you live via camera. Most launches are live via camera, live via a streaming. It's a live stream. That's pretty awkward. It's a live stream. Most launches are not done this way. Most launches are done via either video or email or screen capture video. But for some people, this environment works. For me, it's fun. I get to show up and pretend I'm a star for a few days. And so for some people, this is an easier environment than creating video or writing email copy or blog posts or anything like that, or screen capture. So you'll have an entire training on how to do live launches. We've got a bunch of little mini courses, Operation Quick Start. If you're just starting out, starting from zero, this is how you get started. And obviously the seed launch is the launch for you, but outside of just launching, there's some other things you got to think about when you're starting out, and that's what Operation Quick Start is about. The secrets of leverage and scale is if you're a one-on-one practitioner, if you help people with you're a coach, a consultant, a athletic trainer, you do some one-on-one work, this is how you get leverage. This is how you start to work with small groups and get leverage in your life. There's a lot here. There's a lot here. You can read it all. The launch partnership. So if you just love this process, if you're like, I love this idea of launching, but I don't want to create products, you can help other people launch, either as a launch manager or as a full partnership. This is how I started out way back in the day. This mini module, it's a great way to get into business. If you really, truly love this idea of the marketing and of the launch, and you just want to build your expertise in there and help other people launch their stuff. Lots of people have done this. There are some gotchas that you need to know before you get into one of those businesses, and that's what this training is about. There's a bonus on gamification and how to get people more excited and more involved in your launch via gamification and drive your results. There's also the low-tech launch. I'm sorry for going. This is what we did, was we identified every possible obstacle to your success. And if it wasn't already in the course, we created a bonus for it. So the course is the product launch for how to do this super in-depth. And these bonuses are like for all these other cases. Oh, I'm a book author. Oh, I just want to help other people with launches. Or, oh, I'm a one-on-one practitioner. Or I'm really intimidated by the technology. Or I don't have a list. Or I don't have a product. And we just slayed all those dragons with our bonuses. So the low-tech launch, this was a launch we did last April with almost zero technology. We just completely used Facebook. 98% just used Facebook and like literally one other page. And the launch was amazing. And this is how we did that. This is a brand new bonus that was just literally created in this last week. And then by Molly Mahoney, who's a rock star and helped us do it. So then you also, almost last bonus, I'm going to be doing 12 live sessions in the Facebook alumni group, the PLF Facebook, the PLF alumni Facebook group. I'm going to be getting in there and answering questions in 12 live sessions. There you go. Except there's this deadline. And that deadline is tonight at midnight to get this one final bonus. So if you join today, if you join by midnight tonight, Pacific time, midnight tonight, then you will get the, what do they get? What is it they get tonight? It's not in my notes. I forget. The lead magnet. This shows you just how slick you have to be effective. Because trust me, we have had hundreds of people join already. Hundreds of people already join. And yet, this is how slick you have to be. I forget what the bonuses are. By midnight tonight, if you join, then you will get into our lead magnet crowdsource call. And so that call is happening tomorrow at 4 p.m. Eastern time. If you can't be there live, you can get the recording. But if you join by midnight tonight, you will be on there with me and a bunch of other of your fellow PLF owners, and we will be doing a Zoom call. And what we're going to be doing is working through how to create your lead magnet. So the lead magnet is the thing that when you start building your list and you start to send people into your opt-in page, then you offer them what we call a lead magnet. This is the special thing you can get if you put your email address down below. Well, having a good lead magnet makes building that list so much easier. It magnifies your results. And but this is something that stymies people, that can hold people back. We have this format that we use on this call where we'll actually crowdsource a whole bunch of lead magnets, and you're going to be able to see how it's done, and you're going to get dozens, probably hundreds, well, I guarantee you, hundreds of ideas for your lead magnet. So that's the lead magnet crowdsource call. It's available if you join Product Launch Formula by midnight tonight. So that is, oh, I forgot. Again, super slick professional here. You're probably wondering what this cost, right? Well, before I want to talk about that, I just want to talk about there's a guarantee, because if for any reason, for 14 days from the start of the course, so 14 days from here, you decide this isn't right for you, send an email, you get your money back. So, you know, the way this goes is like, you either dive in and it's like, okay, this is obviously awesome for me, and you're going to get hopefully, I mean, the results of your first launch is going to just dwarf your investment. Or you're like, nah, this isn't for me for whatever reason, then just send us an email. You don't have to you don't have to prove that you went through all the modules. You don't have to prove that you did the homework. You don't have to prove anything. You just send an email, we'll give you a refund. No harm, no foul, no hard feelings. So you either love it or you have this 14-day refund period. Just send an email and we get you taken care of. The investment for Product Launch Formula is $1,997. Or, if you would prefer, we have a payment plan. And that goes $397 today, and then 5 more payments of $397. So it's a total of 6 payments. They're spread 30 days apart. So $397 today, and then 30 days, it'll be another $397 for a total of 6 payments, including your initial payment. So total of 6 payments, including your initial payment. In other words, 1 payment today, and then 5 more payments of $387. And yeah, I mean, if it feels like I'm doing my best to enroll you, I am, because like I said, I'm here for the impact. I'm here to get you launched. I'm here to see you get your work out into the world. I'm here to see you live your best, brightest, boldest, most impactful life. And there are no magic tricks here. It's just 15 years of hard work by me, by my team, and by the community that's just waiting to welcome you in. So I think that's all I got to say about that. Dan, do we have any questions?
You know, we had a flood of them yesterday, but, not that many questions right now. What we actually have a flood of today is we have a flood of new owners talking about how excited they are, how pumped they are, how awesome the portal is, and actually about launching your list, and about how they're already starting to go through that course and how just freaking awesome that course is.
Nice.
That being said, we do have a few questions.
Okay.
So we have, I guess these two are sort of related, but we have Dominic. Dominic says if he says he's finishing up a work project now, and so he's going to be catching up on everything in about 3 weeks. Should he register for PLF today if he's not going to be able to go through it for about 3 weeks? Or is it time?
Yeah, absolutely. It's all designed so you can move through it at your own pace and you can catch up. And remember, you're going to get a year of support from us. So absolutely now. The next time we plan to open up registration is next September.
And that right there answers the next question about if they don't join right now, do you need to wait until next September? Answer is yes. We got some questions just about those about those live coaching calls and about kind of what's that like, how many people are on those calls, how do those work?
Yeah, great question. So the way it works is this entire cohort is invited. So there's a lot of people get invited to these coaching calls. So the beautiful thing is that it's question and answer, basically. It's my coaches working through it. It's myself working through these. And the great thing is there's a lot of questions that you haven't even thought of yet. And you'll get to hear other people ask those questions. You'll get to hear the answers. Now, I want to be fully upfront. We're going to have, on that first call with your new cohort, it's going to be exciting, and there's going to be hundreds of people on. And a lot of them are going to have questions. And we're not going to get to every question. But one of the things my team does is they track the questions, and they track, basically what we're working is to get everyone get their question answered. So you might not get it answered in the first call, but you'll probably get it answered on one of the subsequent calls, so either the next one or the next one. And I'll tell you what, by the time next August rolls around and we're still doing the calls, I guarantee you're going to have your question answered.
Awesome. Okay, how about...
And Dan, I just in saying that, I don't mean to imply that you have to wait till next August to get your question answered. What I'm saying is that we're going to take care of you. We're going to take care of you. And you also, in addition to those calls, you have the alumni group, and you've got the portal where we're answering just dozens and dozens of questions. So the coaching calls are super high energy. They're super fun. You get to hear from people in all kinds of different markets. And there's just so much wisdom shared, and you get the recording, so you can always go back and listen to them again.
Awesome. Okay, here's a quick one. Brian says, odd question. What time does the cart close on Friday?
That's a good question. Midnight Pacific. Midnight Pacific U.S. time.
Awesome. Okay, another one that's probably a quick one from Jennifer. Jennifer says, if she starts on the payment plan, could she then switch and pay off the full balance within a 14-day period?
Yeah, this is one where just you send an email to support, and I don't know what the official policy is now that our support team has on these types of things. And it's shown how much this business has grown. I don't know every single nuance, but we have this rule of we always take care of our PLF owners, and I am sure, 100% sure, that they will be able to get you taken care of and get you moved over to a full pay.
Awesome. Okay, I think that's actually wrapping up. That's like all we have right now.
Okay, how about let's roll Casey, and you're going to see this incredible story of a woman who, it's just unreal. I'm here with Casey Morris, and she has just an absolutely amazing story. So Casey, could you just tell us a little bit about your business and what you're doing and who you're working with, who you're helping?
I will. Thanks, Jeff. I'm Casey Morris, and I am a former 8th grade English and language arts teacher. And now I have the pleasure of teaching teachers how to sell their teaching resources online for profit. And it all started back in about 2013. I started selling my teaching resources online, just lesson plans to other teachers, just to help more students around the world. And then I had this great idea, and I decided a few months ago to launch my first course that taught teachers how to do the exact same thing, just to make a little extra income. And it's been a wild ride since November of 2018.
Can you just tell us a little bit about that wild ride? Because I know these numbers are crazy.
It's crazy. So I found Jeff just scrolling through Facebook one random day, and I knew that, I don't know what it was. I said, there's something about this guy. I need this course. I bought the course, told my husband, he's like, I hope it works. And I went all in with PLF, and I was 7 months pregnant. I mapped out, I actually still have all the maps. I'm looking at them now everywhere. I can't take them down just yet. I did everything from A to Z that Jeff said to do, and launched my first course 7 months pregnant. And my expectations were, like, the big goal was $25,000. And I was just hoping that we would get there. And we hit $25,000 in the first few hours.
Wow. That's amazing. I can't believe you did this when you were 7 months pregnant. That's congratulations. And so after those first few hours, then you just shut down your stopped taking any more orders. You were done, right, at that point?
Right. Just said, no more, I can't handle this anymore. No way. We were in it to win it. And I say we, it was just me at the time. I now, since that launch, have an actual team, but we kept going. We did a 7-day open cart, which was the longest 7 days of my life because I was just in the moment. There was very little sleep happened in those 7 days. I was so excited, but we finished that launch at $124,000.
Amazing. Congratulations. So basically teaching teachers how to sell their lesson plans online.
Yeah, that's it. I just take something they're already doing every single day and showing them how to make a side hustle or hopefully, become a thriving CEO teacher. That's the end goal, is that they can do whatever they want to do, that any dream is within reach.
So this is just, it's hard to believe because that wasn't your first child that you were pregnant with, right?
No, it was my fourth.
So now you've got 4 kids. What's your life like now?
It's the most beautiful thing that's ever happened. So we relaunched the course back in March, and it was no longer the question of if this is going to work, but how well will this work? And what can we do to tweak the things that didn't work great to make them even better? And we relaunched, we had a few affiliates, less than 10, and we finished, I actually have my numbers in front of me so I wouldn't stumble on them. We finished at $195,000.
Whoa. So that we're talking about over $300,000 in, what was that, like 6 months or something like that?
It was like 4. It was a little over 3.
And so you used to be an English teacher, English and language arts, and which is fantastic. I love words. I love writing. I love reading. So I love that. But are you still teaching?
I'm not. No, I left the classroom back in December of 2017 because I was selling these resources and it was doing well. And I was learning about marketing and I really wanted to go all in with that. I had no idea the freedom and I was making good money, but I wasn't making this kind of money. And I went from, making money was the only driving force I had at the time was how do I do this? How do I make more money? And now money is just a thing. It's just something that happens and it's amazing. And it's just so nice to know that there's no longer like if these things will happen. It's just when they're going to happen in my life and like how much bigger this is going to get from here, because this is truly just the beginning for us. And we are just so excited because we believe that the best is yet to come.
It's amazing. Can you talk about some of the people that you've helped, some of the teachers you've helped?
Oh, yes. So some of the teachers that I've helped, we're just now seeing the real effects of what I've taught them, because November was when they started their journey. So a lot of them have just been on their journey for about 8 months now. And it takes a little bit of time to see where, to implement the strategies that I've taught them and to see where they are going. A lot of my teachers start not making anything at all. They're making $0 and their goal is just to pay their Netflix bill. And countless testimony after testimony, they've said, they've already recouped their teaching salary this year. We have teachers that are over 6 figures a year now. We have about 15 of our students have quit teaching completely. And I always tell them that's not my goal for you. I don't want you to leave the classroom if you don't want to, because we need amazing teachers. But the truth is that we are overwhelmed and sometimes we are underpaid. Oftentimes we're underpaid. So, why don't we start getting paid for performance? So that's what's happening. And now we're shifting their mindset into what we call a CEO teacher. So now whatever goals about creating courses or memberships or whatever they want to do, I want to help be their guide and help them get there. And PLF was how all of this started. It was just the beginning of something that is going to be, a business that lasts forever.
What's it like in your household now with 4 kids and including a baby and running a business?
It's crazy to say that it's easy, but it is. It's easy. I've been in the mom that's been stressed and didn't have enough money to, buy diapers and all those things. And I've been the mom who we've worked off of one salary. My husband actually is a principal and he loves his job, but now we're talking about when he's going to leave his job to come help us work too. So I'm not stressed at home anymore. My kids get the best of me instead of, half of me, because when you're stressed about money, you're having to work double time, you're hustling overtime just so you can have enough money to put food on the table and provide. But now, they get the best of me every single day because I get off work at 2:00 and I go home and I get to be mom when I'm home.
So Casey, I mean, it's remarkable. First of all, congratulations. Absolutely remarkable. Over $300,000 in 4 months. Now, there's some people that are sitting at home watching this saying, that's just completely impossible. That can't happen to someone like me. That's just for superstars. It's just for entrepreneurs that have the golden touch and people with a massive list somehow. How does it actually happen?
That's a great question. I would love to just say for the record, Jeff Walker is the reason that this happened. My husband is so tired of hearing Jeff Walker's name, I'm sure. He's like, I need to give this man a hug and just tell him thank you. But it all starts with you just believing you are meant for something more. You don't know what it is, but you were meant for something more. Like, forget the list for a second. Forget all the things. What I'm telling you is that PLF, I started it at point A and I finished it at point Z, and I did all the things in between. And my question to all of those people that say like this, she had the golden ticket, is why not you? Why can't it be you? Why can't you create that golden ticket for yourself? Because anything you want can happen. It's just a matter of how bad do you want it?
Yes, and if you could do it when you're 7 months pregnant, it's like amazing, amazing. So where is this all going now for you? What's your next step, do you think? Where's the next chapter?
So our next chapter is membership, because we really, live launching, I've decided, is the love of my life, but it is, it's so much work that goes into it. So I'm like, what can we do to put this on like recurring revenue? So we just evergreened the course actually last week. We've been evergreen for 7 days now, and we are going to sell those students into a membership as well. And we're going to use PLF to launch that in November.
Nice. And could you just talk a little bit about evergreen and what that means? Because not everyone knows all the PLF lingo.
Yeah, so evergreen just means that instead of launching it live and it being an open and closed cart, is that essentially you are open and closing the cart for an individual that's watching it. So we have a webinar that's running all the time, 24 hours a day, and they are in a sales funnel that looks like our cart is open for 5 days and closes down, but we're really open 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. But it is amazing because we take all the tactics like scarcity and things that you taught us, and we can land sale after sale. So the first day we sold 5 to a cold audience, which are people that had never seen me before or anything. So that was insane, because you always have that wonder, is like if it's going to work, but it is definitely working. We're still using all of the same emails and things that we use in our launch.
And so when you say a cold, so you're doing like probably advertising on Facebook or somewhere else to bring in people?
I am. Yep. I did. Most of my advertising is all of it's on Facebook and Instagram.
Yep. So you're taking people from an ad straight into evergreen and making sales, and boom, right away you made 5 sales. How much does your course cost?
$597.
Wow, that's fantastic. So flashing back, I mean, if you could think, I mean, it's only been, it's just been months, but that was a big investment. Like your husband said, this better work, this better pay off. So thinking now, if you could just talk to yourself back, a few months ago before PLF, what would you tell yourself with the knowledge you've got right now?
I don't even believe that if I didn't know what I know now, that I would even have believed, like, it's better than the picture I could have painted. It's better than my wildest dreams. So, but if there was anything, going back, is the same thing I tell myself every day, is that whatever you want, you can do. You just have to have that constant, persistent action forward. That ability that says when it gets hard, because it gets really hard, that you're not going to give up and you're going to figure out a way to dissect it a little bit deeper. And I know your teachings did that for me too, just watching you on the screen. Like I'm a teacher, so I love the whiteboard and I love drawing things out. And when things got difficult, I just had to kind of step back a little while, digest it a little bit more. But always keep that idea that constant, persistent action forward is going to get you to wherever you want to be.
Absolutely. Just a remarkable story. And so finally, just to wrap up, like what, for the folks out there, and I guess I sort of asked this already, but I just wanted to reiterate, like for the people, because you're just starting, you just started out. And for the people that are just starting out that maybe feel like I can't do this, or I don't have a product, or I don't know how to make a product, or I don't have this list, what would you tell them?
I don't think anyone really knows what they're doing. And I surely didn't know what I was doing. I had an idea, and that's all you need. You need an idea with a little bit of purpose behind it to make this become a reality. So go through what you need to do to actually hone in on what it is. I didn't know what I was doing until it was just one day. All the steps kind of led to this product, and I created a name for it, and then it became a course. And now look, we're changing into a membership. So nobody really knows what they're doing. And I'm not sure I'll look back 5 years from now and know, like, I'll probably say to myself, what was I doing back then? But just keep going. Just don't ever give up, and know that you, like I said, you can do anything you want to do. You just have to want it bad enough.
Thank you so much, Casey. It's been great talking to you, and I'm looking forward to the seeing what you do in the next year, in the next 5 years, in the next 10 years, because this has just been a remarkable start. Congratulations.
Well, thank you, Jeff, so much for having me.
Is that a remarkable story or what? It seems like every time I play one of these, that's what I say. Is that a remarkable? I can keep on going. I can wear you down with more case studies than you. But look at what she did. So her goal was 25K, and she did it in a few hours while she was 7 months pregnant with her 4th child. So it's not. I mean, I've had a wife who's pregnant, and it's there. Yeah, she was at 7 months. Energy levels start to go down, discomfort goes up, and yet she does it and does 25K in hours, $124,000. It's just the most beautiful thing. I love Casey. Has so many great quotes. And if anyone thinks I'm just some huckster, some snake oil salesperson, just selling get rich quick, how many times did she talk about the work involved? There is work involved, but are you willing? That's the question. Are you willing to work? Look at what she got, over $300,000 in 6 months. She did, and then that progression I talked about in lesson 2 of the first launch, like an internal launch to a JV launch. So she went to a JV launch, and really, you heard her talking about going from dollars to impact, and be able to make the impact. I had a spelling malfunction here. I was supposed to say, she said, this is just the beginning. And the question is, are you meant for more? She was pretty pointed in that. Why not you? She asked you that. Why not you? She went to Evergreen, which again is a very advanced strategy, but it's working for her. She's selling a membership. I love this part about it. It's just better than her wildest dreams. That just is amazing. And then finally she wrapped up with, no one knows what they're doing.
Hashtag just do what Jeff says.
There you go. That's what we're here for. When you don't know what you're doing, to show you the next step, and then the next step beyond that. So Dan, do we have any questions at all? Maybe we'll just take a couple.
Yeah, we've got just a couple questions here. Okay, let's see. Okay, really quick, but I want to get to it. Erica said, not sure I understand, when will be too late to join? Midnight tonight? What time zone are you doing?
No. So, yeah, good question. So if you join by midnight tonight, and I get how this can be confusing, so we're going to go back here. And we'll go back one more page. We're here on Tuesday. There is a deadline tonight if you want to get the lead magnet crowdsource call that you need to join by midnight tonight, because the call is happening tomorrow with me. Outside of that, if you're like, nah, I don't need that, I'm okay. I'm okay. I'd just rather wait for a few more days to the last second. This is the last second, is this Friday, midnight Pacific time, this Friday. We're closing down registration. We're going to have our closing ceremonies in the afternoon, and then at midnight Pacific, we close registration. It stays closed till September next year. This year we had an odd year. We did have an extra Masterclass in April, but that's the first time we've ever done that. So right now, our intention is to not do another Masterclass and another opening and another cohort until September 2021. So you have to join by midnight on Friday to get into this cohort. And then by next year, you're going to be in the comments cheering us on as a PLF owner.
Sweet. Okay, one more question?
Sure.
I know we got some really cool stuff yet to come. Okay, Claudia, absolutely love learning what you taught, Jeff. Thank you. I just retired. I don't have a clear direction to the product I would offer. Had successful experience in first career in broadcasting, advertising, and encore career in nonprofits. Does your coaching help an owner identify a skill set to offer? I'm trying to determine if it's too early to join.
Yeah, it absolutely does. So it sounds like you've already had 2 or 3 careers and have a wealth of knowledge. And we absolutely give guidance on markets and niches within product launch formula. It comes right early in the course. I'm pretty sure it's the first module, but it's very early in the course, and you'll get guidance on that. You know, I would suggest in the case studies, on the case study, we have a whole page of 60-some case studies, maybe 65 of them. And there is a case study with Eric Solbakken. It was a great one. He was super excited about this, but he had sold an accounting practice and he had no idea. He just wanted to get in this world, no idea what to do. And check out that case study. It's awesome. We absolutely give you guidance on that. Okay, so now we're going to Sabrina, right?
Yep.
So for those of you, the artists out there, you're going to love this case study with Sabrina, brand new, just recorded this a couple weeks ago. I'm here with Sabrina Ward Harrison, and she has an amazing journey to tell you about. So welcome, Sabrina. I'm so glad you're here. And
Thank you so much, Jeff, for having me. It's an honor.
Oh, you're welcome. And I can't wait to share your story with folks. Could you tell people a little bit about your business and your niche and who you are?
Yeah, my business is in creativity and self-expression through art and writing, and I'm the author of 5 books based on creativity, and it's a visual memoir, and they were published starting 20 years ago. So it's developed a following of women that are now in their early 40s, like myself, who sort of traveled along the road with me as I've shared these books in the world, and it was kind of the first initial beginning of the teaching part of it was while I was inventing my way through making this book when I was 20. I thought, well, I wanted to create a class that I wish I could. So making the book I wanted to find, like what would that be? And it was going to be messy and misspelled and going to the margins and full color. And there weren't books out there at that time. There wasn't even blogging. It wasn't there yet. It was 1998, 1997. And so I created a class. I'm like, okay, the art of becoming yourself. And that was, I thought, girls at the age of like 9 before they become teenagers, and I don't want them to lose their trusting of themselves. And so I made this class. I was living in Berkeley, and I put little packages all over the little, in the community. And finally, a woman called, and she's like, "Is this a dog sitting service or something? My daughter brought this home." And I said, "No, it's an art class." And I was teaching it. I was offering it in my little sunroom in this old house I was living in. And they showed up, and it was the beginning of teaching in person, kind of creative experiences that weren't about technique and specifics. And so it was girls and boys that were in it. And then their moms would come to pick them up, and they're like, "We need this class. We need something like this." So that led into then me beginning to sort of teach this experience for people that wasn't about a technique. It was really about like letting, through writing and through mess making, really, them kind of coming home to themselves. And so that was what I did for years and years, around the world, in person, and I loved it. But as an introvert and just a sensitive being that I am, it just always felt like a lot to hold the space and to arrive somewhere like in Cincinnati, and I'm like, okay, I'm in this random, trying to make this, creative, enveloping space, and maybe for like 12 people or 20 people at the most, because I wanted it to still be intimate. And I couldn't figure out how to bring that, knowing that there was an audience of people, but I could not fulfill the need because I just wasn't someone who's just going to be on the road all the time. So I really wanted to figure out something, and people would say for years, you really should try doing online courses. And I hadn't taken an online course, and my idea was like, they would just be so cheesy. And I'm like, I can't translate, because I don't teach a specific, like, this is how you draw a dog. I can't draw hands or feet. I am like not that kind of artist. And so like, how do I teach something that's all about really freeing yourself? And how do you get that across through the internet? And I had a friend, Annabelle, who's like, well, just make the course that you would want to find, just like anything else that you've made thus far. And that was the beginning of doing that. And then when I discovered PLF, it's where things really took off.
So talk about that transition, because I mean, art, it's hard to make a living as an artist. There's that phrase, starving artist. I mean, it's challenging. And you carved out a career, 5 books, 20 years, non-traditional books, and I hope you'll show us one soon of what you've done or what your students done. And and so it's fantastic. You've built this career of traveling around, but it was in giving these workshops, but it was draining on some level. And talk about now flipping that to online and what that has been like.
Right. So it's been incredible, because I made my first course called Untether, and I was amazed. It was a $30,000 launch. It was priced at $325. I thought about a little under 100 people, I guess, were in it. No, I don't remember exactly, like 80. I mean, can't do the math, but it was so exciting. And like, this is the revenue coming in. This is what, so many retreats I would have had to have done to get that amount of money in. And so it, for me, was like, how do I move that forward into something that felt like it was, I think for me, it was stepping into my power and my adult self. I think because I'd never worked for anyone, that was another element. I had never had a job, because my first book was published when I was so young. I didn't have, and that's an amazing thing to not have to work for anyone else. But at the same time, I didn't learn from coworkers. I didn't have a manager. I didn't learn under anyone. Through my 20s and 30s, I'm like, I'm just kind of winging this. I don't have anything to follow. I don't have anyone to make inside jokes with, like, is that call to Cindy was really hard, or, there was and that was really a challenging part. So not only when I discovered PLF and the community and the leadership and the coaching of that, I finally felt like I was with, we had cohorts in the journey. They didn't have to be fellow artists at all. They just were people that were all these, unique souls just trying to navigate how to help people in the world in our own way.
So you went from that $30,000 launch, which is truly remarkable. It's an amazing result. But then talk about the launch you just did. Well, I guess it's coming up. Well, it was last year or earlier this year.
Yeah, I launched it twice. It's called Liberate, Create the Book You Most Want to Find. So I thought, how could I make a $2,000 offer? And I felt like what people really wanted. Had always asked me, how did you make these books? And that's one thing I know how to do. There's lots of things I don't know how to do, but what I do know how to do is make a book. And I think the sequencing and design and pacing and emotional balance in a book that's visual. So it wasn't just some clunky, stuff full of photographs and random knickknacks, but something really deep and moving. So I created Liberate, and it was the beginning. It was really hard to make that leap to go, I'm going to do this at this higher level. So it was a $1997 course, and it was an amazing success. It came in at just over $100,000 was the first launch. And that was just in my first year being in PLF.
That's amazing. Absolutely amazing. Can you show, because you showed me the other day, you showed me some of the books that your students had created.
I know, so I feel like a midwife. So this is one of the first ones that came finished by Susie. It's just beautiful, deep. Another one Beautiful. And then, yeah, they're really wonderful.
Wow.
Just really exciting. So I feel like we have all these little babies coming in. And, it's helping them. It's just the layers of helping them feeling, keep these stories. We read to know we're not alone. And people found my books and felt less alone. And now they're putting books in the world that are telling stories that are going to help other people feel less alone.
So Sabrina, can you talk a little bit about the shot across the bow? I know that worked really well for you.
I love the shot across the bow concept and feeling like you're really asking them, how can I help you? Like, how can I support you? What do you need help with? And I didn't really think people would respond. And I got such amazing questions and things that I wouldn't have thought. Oh, like I sometimes, you can just stare, like, I don't know what to talk about. I don't know what to teach. I don't know. And as soon as you ask people, they're like asking you questions, like, and I think, oh, I could totally sit down and talk to someone about this. I've got all kinds of things to say about it. So it felt sincere and genuine and authentic, and that's just what stayed. I always have resonated with your product launch formula for that reason, because I felt like I could, what I'm learning in the program absolutely brings forth the kind of results that not only I want and thrilled by and life-changing for myself, but also for the people that have wanted this from me for years and years.
So Sabrina, earlier when we were speaking, you used the phrase true path. And that's what I love about you, because you've been an artist your entire life. You never had a job, and you followed that true path. But you've been able to launch and create a business now, and you're helping people, and they're doing great work. So congratulations on that. It's super, super exciting to watch what you've done. And I know you came into this world with a dream. And could you talk a little bit about that dream?
Yes. So my dream has always been to one day live on a lake that had a dock and a canoe on it. And that was just, I'd grown up in California after moving there from Canada when I was little. And I just thought, one day I want to live over a lake. And so within a few weeks, or even like maybe 2 weeks after launching Liberate, I saw a little ad for a spot on the lake, and I'm now living there. So I wake up every morning to the lake, and at night watch the moon rise over it, and it just is really. And I always think about, it was a year ago this week that I moved in here.
Wow.
So it's been a huge life-changing experience to be a part of this community. And
do you have a dock and a canoe as well?
I do. Oh yes, I do.
Can we see it? Can we see it?
Yeah. Okay.
Oh, no.
Can you see that?
Yes, it's gorgeous. It's gorgeous. Thank you for sharing that with us. Sabrina, one last question. If you could, someone who's thinking, considering launching, maybe they're a creative, and they're just not sure if it could work for them, if it's right for them, what would you say to them?
I would say trust yourself and really focus on how you can help. What you have to put in the world, to not be held back by your fear, to know that it's if you're someone who's sensitive and more introverted, this is a really good medium for you. You don't have to be a big tech person. You don't have to be a marketing whiz. You can have a beautiful life that can be private and quiet, and you can still be very, very successful in it. So there's no other thing in my 20 years of my professional life that's made such a huge difference. So I'm forever grateful for this decision. And when I came in, I didn't have the money to buy. I published books and I'd not had to work for anyone, but it didn't mean I just was cruising and living the high life. I was scrappy for years and years, and I judged myself for that. I'm like, why can't I make it work? Like I have this many books out, I'm known, but I cannot figure out a way to make this sustainable. So just that shift has been really, really gratifying. So Thank you so much, Jeff.
You're welcome. You're welcome. I just love the work you're doing. I love to see you doing it. I love seeing the books that your students have created. So thank you so much for coming on with us, and congratulations.
Thank you, Jeff.
So was that a cool story from Sabrina? Someone who, has been grinding and been scrappy for the last 20 years. And yes, she had published books, but books, almost no one outside of J.K. Rowling makes money from books. If you put out a book, you're usually making $1 or $1.50 per book. And it took you years to create that book, and you're making $1 or $1.50. So even if you sell 10,000 copies, you make $10,000 or $20,000 from years of work. So Sabrina was asking herself, why can't I make this work? Have you ever felt that way? Because I know in my life, before I was able to do that first launch, and before I threw the hat over the fence, it was always like, why? I actually thought I was just, that there were some people, I thought I had this belief. There are some people that just know how to make money. They just seems like money comes to them. And I am not one of them. That was my belief. That was truly my belief. I thought I was a good person. I thought I created value for people, but for some reason, money just eluded me. And Sabrina's like, why can't I make this work? Why? I put out these books. The books helped people. People like the books. Why am I grinding? Why am I traveling all over the place and doing these little workshops in places I don't, in hotel rooms and not the kind of places I want to be working? Why, just grinding it out? Why can't I make this work? To that first launch of Untethered, her first course, that did $30,000. That would have taken so many retreats to make $30,000. And then she just did a $2,000 course, helping people make creative memoirs. And she did $100,000 with her first, did you catch that? Her first launch of that course. Just the first launch. So what if she does that every year, or maybe twice a year? That is going to pay off on and on. And she talked about the shot across the bow and how that informed the launch and informed her creation. How there were questions she'd never thought of, but the shot across the bow helped her with that. She said, I want to, do this in a non-cheesy way. She's not a salesperson. She's an artist. Clearly, she wants to be super authentic and true to herself and step into her power. And absolutely, and how about that dock in that lake? And those couple chairs and the table looking over the dock. And it was just fantastic. Loved that. Love what Sabrina is doing. Sabrina, I just saw you were in the comments earlier. I don't know if you saw that one, but congratulations. Amazing. I'm so excited to see you on this journey. Okay, Dan, do we have any questions?
Yeah, we got a couple. Okay, how about this one? We got Margot. Margot's saying, do you have any case studies that they didn't have a product to launch when they started this program?
Yes. So there are so many case studies, I frankly can't remember all of them, but I know Eric Solbakken was like that, and Tembi was like that, and I know there were others. And on that page, there's a drop-down menu where you can, or like a way to filter them. And I think there's one that's like new to online businesses, so you can filter that and see all those people. But Eric Solbakken, someone who came in, super excited about the process, but no idea for a market or niche or what to do. And I know Tembi was pretty much the same place.
Awesome. Okay, how about this one from Steven? Steven, this is a longer one, so I'm going to paraphrase slightly. He's been in digital marketing for a few years, building funnels, campaigns, launches for clients, and he's been planning for a little bit to actually kind of switch it. He wants to shift from building stuff for clients, and he wants to create a course to teach people how to do this sort of online digital marketing, stuff like that. Would PLF help him with that?
Absolutely. I mean, this is, if you want to create a course, no matter what the course is about, this is how you actually sell that course. This is how you bring that course out into the world, attract clients, get great results for those clients, and it just feeds back in. So this is just perfect if you want to create an online course. Yeah.
I like this. Tempe's in the comments says, I didn't even know what a landing page was at the time. That's awesome. Okay, maybe one more and we'll move on. Yep. This one's from Julie. Julie says, I'm trying to get caught up with all the free videos, but I'm wondering if there's a page that I can go to that outlines everything that's in the course and all the bonuses.
So yeah, I mean, I think there should be a link under this button, under this video. That link, if you click on it, it'll take you to a page that sort of describes everything in there.
Big orange button right below the video says join Product Launch Formula now.
Yeah, and I don't know that it goes through module by module of what's in it, but it basically walks through everything you get. There's also on that page, there's a button where you can chat with some of my coaches.
Yeah, so if you need any more info, anything like that, have any questions, they are awesome. We have a whole team in there just waiting to help you. Yeah, okay, you ready to?
I am, but I just remember there's one thing I got to talk about. So after this wraps up, and we're wrapping up soon, lesson 4, final lesson. I mean, there's a couple more goodies coming, but final full lesson here is wrapping up. We're close to the end here, but after we end, shortly after we end, in the Launch Masterclass Facebook group is an after-hours session with our MC JT and Coach Barry and Coach Donna, and they're just going to be answering more questions and hanging with you. And these after-hours sessions have been a ton of fun. So that will be in the Launch Club, the Launch Masterclass Facebook group, the Launch Masterclass Facebook group, and that'll be just a few minutes after we wrap here. So we've got a case study with you. This is a man who is making a huge impact in the world for people that are truly in need. And he started from absolute scratch. He's a layperson. He's got no credentials, but he's been able to make an incredible impact. And yeah, let's take a look. So I'm here with Jeff Noble, who has got just an extraordinary story. He's doing amazing work in the world. And Jeff, welcome. Thanks for joining me.
No problem, Jeff. This is actually a little bit surreal. I've watched you for so long. This is amazing. You've changed my life. So it is an absolute pleasure to be here today.
And could you just tell people a little bit about who you are and what you're doing and your business? And how you get...
For sure. Any time I get a chance to plug it, I will. So I run a company called Noble Initiatives, and we teach and train people both online and in person about fetal alcohol spectrum disorder. FASD, as it's known, is the largest developmental disability on the planet. It's more prevalent than autism, spina bifida, and Down syndrome combined, but not a lot is actually known about it. I started out as a foster parent, and so I had some kind of hands-on experience with it and kind of realized how tough it was. So the disability occurs from prenatal exposure to alcohol. What that means is mom drinks, baby drinks, and baby can get organic brain damage because alcohol itself is a teratogen, which means it can cause birth defects. So not a lot of people know about it, and so I got some insight into it, and through you, started a company to teach others about it.
And it's interesting because you said anytime I get a chance to plug it, you don't pass it up because this is really a mission for you.
Yeah, it really is, because once you'll never know unless you live with it, the disability, or you've raised someone with it. So I'm not looking for total understanding. I'm looking for empathy, and not to be sad about it, but just to realize how difficult it is, because oftentimes this population looks normal, talks normal, but because of their brain damage, they aren't able to meet societal expectations, and it's really hard. So the stats, they're not good, and so that's why we're trying to put a positive spin on it and really affect families all over the world, which we've been able to do, which is sweet.
And so, and you're like, there's a lot of experts out there on this. Mm. And that sort of like, you didn't go to school. You're not a doctor. You didn't.
No, I say that. Mm-hmm. Not a doctor, not a lawyer, not a social worker. Young guy from Northern Ontario, Canada. I have my grade 12, but education does not matter because of the amount of information available and your positioning. And it's, you know, you talk about positioning, and so that made me feel a lot better, because one of my objections was, who's going to want to hear me talk about this? I am not an expert, but what I found my skill was to synchronize the information that was already out there to make it understandable for others, because it is very complicated. We're talking about the brain, and any like word over 3 syllables, it still goes past my head. So I try and just use natural language, and just like we're talking here right now, that's kind of my approach and how I do it.
So, but you mentioned before we started rolling the cameras or recording that you've built up one of the biggest, or maybe the biggest platform for FASD.
Yes.
And so for someone that's not a doctor, that doesn't have a PhD, that didn't go to school for this, how does that happen?
Okay, so the way I kind of ascended, if you'll say, is I just did what you said. All of that, it's, say, hey, Jeff, how do you do it? And, well, I just did what Jeff told me to do. He just followed the formula. So I just had initially a website, and I was blogging about my experience. But what ended up happening, and one of the factors that changed my life, was that I ended up taking a course at the Toronto Children's Aid Society. They have something called the Child Welfare Institute, and they put on the very first certificate program. And so I was able to take it. I don't know how. My boss, he loved me, but I was able to take it. And for a year, I learned from some of the best experts. But once I learned how prevalent it was, and I learned how there wasn't any information available out there, that's when the wheels started to turn and say, because what happened was in my house was I was taking what I was learning in the course, and then I would go home and I would try it on my kid. Not like, here, hold these cables or nothing like that, but what I was learning. So my approach changed, the way I saw him changed, the way I reacted changed, and then the outcomes changed. And so I'm like, if I can do this, why isn't this information that you gave me, why aren't the other families learning about this? And so I went to the teacher, I said, why haven't you written 10 books? Why aren't you doing a national tour? And she was just like, son, I'm 70 years old. I don't even know what the Facebook is, right? And neither did I. And so that's when I started looking, and I found you.
Wow. And how did that progression, how did you go from not knowing what Facebook, not having any things online, to launching?
The idea of having an internet business, I think I came across a John Reese video, and just the idea of talking about the freedom. And you see, if you can't already tell, I have a little bit of ADHD myself. And so I've been fired from almost every job, right? And so I needed something that I wasn't so structured on me, and I could get up and move and do what I need to do. So that's how I knew I wanted that. So I just went searching, and then I guess I stumbled across, you were doing a launch, and then I watched all the videos, and I said, this is what I want. This is what I need, because I had a little bit of a blog out, but I wanted to monetize it and do this. And I also remember I couldn't afford the first time. I could not afford it. I was crushed, but I said the next time, no matter what. And of course, you relaunched, and I still couldn't afford it, because you're only making like minimum money as a foster parent. It's not a lot. And so I took out a credit card. And I'm not saying to do that for your folks here, but I knew how badly I wanted it. I knew I needed it. And it just, that decision changed my life, because I've paid back that credit card hundreds of times.
That's great. Well, tell us about your first launch.
Okay. Yeah. So it was a seed launch. And so what I had done is I knew nothing about internet business. I didn't know about lead pages. I didn't know about squeeze pages. I didn't know about setting up your Aweber and your email sequence. I knew none of that. So I just followed you step by step. You said baby steps. Take your time and learn it. And I wasn't going to be one of those folks who bought a course and didn't go through with it. So I was nervous and scared the whole time. So what I had done is, my lead was like a PDF. I had an ebook, right? And so I wanted to create a course. And by this time, what I was doing was I was going out and searching other experts, like, because now I was on this quest of knowledge, and I was building these relationships. So my first launch was literally, you got my ebook, right? And then I coupled it with experts, because as much as I'd like to think I know everything, Jeff, I really don't. And so since this is a huge spectrum, I just built those relationships. Like, I kind of used JV, relationship building. So I'm sorry if I'm jumping ahead, but I use those tactics. And so my first launch was my book and 2 or 3 weeks of coaching calls. And I put it out for $50, and I was so nervous. And I built a little launch list. My list is still small to this day because I keep shaving it down, but little list, and I put it out, and within a day and a half, we filled the 70 seats. And now, when you said that first time you saw money when you put out an email, so my first launch was $2,000. Then I did it again, another seed launch, because I wanted to make sure it wasn't a fluke. So I just did it again, and I bumped up the money, and it did it again. So what's been happening on my launch is how you have been teaching. You said your first launch is this much, then your launch will be this much, and then your launch will be this much. You've hit every number, and so I'm just eager to do the next launch to get to that next number. So my first launch was a seed launch. I did 2 seed launches, internal launch, did 2 of those because I wasn't, just to make sure I knew what I was talking about. Done a small JV launch. My last launch was a quick launch with 800 opens, and I did 20,367 because I'm looking at the number, and you told me to be specific when I'm talking.
So you've obviously gone for a deep dive within Product Launch Formula. You've done seed launches.
I do it every time I do a launch. I watch it again and again.
That's awesome.
Yeah.
That's fantastic.
Because on my first launch, and I'm not trying to, not take all the time, but I wait a long time to talk to you. So my first launch, what I do is I keep going through it, because there's stuff I missed the first 3, 4, 5 times because you're just not there yet to understand what you're saying, but it doesn't mean you can't go through with the rest of it and kind of see what happens. For majority of my launches, I followed closely to what you have done, but now I'm at the point where I'm comfortable enough to write my own stuff in terms of the way I want it to flow, as long as I'm following those, the formula that you put out, and I'm putting my stuff in there. Now I've instead of cringing to write a PLC, now I'm like, yeah, let's do it. And can we do this? And can we do this? So there you go. I hope I answered your question.
That's fantastic. So, I mean, it's your enthusiasm wins the day.
Oh, it's genuine. It's genuine. It's because I am an average guy. And I don't know if I said this before, but you made me believe that I could do it.
So that's fantastic. Thank you so much. Yeah, that's why I'm here. That's fantastic. So you had mentioned that you've gone deep into that now you see launches everywhere, and you just love the story element. Mm-hmm. And also, by the way, I'd love to hear, because it sounds like you've created courses now, you've done speaking, you've done a whole road show, and when you started out before the seed, I mean, you said you had a little ebook, but now you've got very
so I have a residual from Amazon that I get. My book is now in Spanish, in Italian, and we're just waiting for a couple other languages just to be finished. So that's like a residual. I get American, I get the British pound, and I get Euro dollars. So it's awesome to see, I don't know, because now I'm expecting it, but I'm like, ooh, that's nice. So on the 8th, when Amazon releases their stuff, I just kind of collect my residual checks. I do keynote talks. I do all-day training. I can do 2-day training. I went from being so overjoyed that that somebody asked me to do a workshop, a little like tiny work. You know, when you go to a conference and they have those breakout sessions? I remember the first time someone asked me to do one of those, I got like $300. I was like, oh my gosh, this is amazing. And now I start like at 5,000. I won't not like I won't leave the door, but so now and this is only 5 years going from being obscure to the top of the niche. I keynote conferences and I travel all over the world, which has been something that I never expected to do. And the echo has been massive. So yeah, I know we tour, and now I'm the ambassador for the Canadian FASD Research Network, and we're putting on huge shows throughout Canada next year. And I'm just getting ready to do another launch because I'm going to have a baby, and so I want to stay home, and so I want to stay home with my wife as we have our first kid and help her out. So I'm going to launch, and I'm going to be able to do that because it's going to be successful.
And tell me about, like you said you see just these, tell me about the story aspect of the sideways sales letter and how you put sequences together, how you think about that.
Okay.
And maybe even how you said at the start, like when you were just taking my stuff and plugging it in, but you've obviously.
Yeah. So I can almost probably verbatim say like, quick announcement and a favor, like awesome sauce, it closes tonight. All these, like, I know them off by heart now because I just followed what you did because I wasn't sure, I didn't know, but I mean, if you make millions of dollars, I should be able to make a couple hundreds of dollars, right? Like just by following it and putting in, you talk about the triggers, they work. So I'm just using that. Building a story is my favorite part. Because my favorite saying is facts tell, but stories sell. And so I'm selling, but I love the stories, putting it together. So I've done launches with a story. I wanted to propose to my wife. I was asked to speak in Rome. So the first time I went over and I spoke at the European conference. And so I was bringing my wife and I thought, oh my gosh, this would be amazing. But I didn't have enough money for a ring. So I launched that. And then and my launch audience knew that I was going to do this and she didn't know. And nobody was talking about it on social media. So they were all a part of it. And I just grabbed my group and I bring them in. And when we got married, I did a launch then. There's a funny story about that launch, but I streamed my wedding, and because it's FASD, it's hard. These parents don't have a lot to laugh and talk about often because it's the hardest job on the planet. So just to let them in and to know that they're a part of my community. Anytime I have a life event, I kind of think, can I launch with that, right? And so the stories have to be real and they have to be really what's going on. So my next launch is because my wife is giving birth and I don't want to have to travel all over the world and have her do this on her own. So I'm going to extend my program to 6 months and I'm going to charge some more. So anything that's happening in my life, I launch it and it's awesome. It's so much fun.
Cool. Can you talk just a little bit about the people you've impacted, the parents and the kids?
You probably get the same thing when people are telling you this and you're blown away that I've had people adopt their foster kids on the spectrum. That's a huge thing because they often go through 12 to 15 different foster homes in their lifetime, these kids. I worked with a girl that went through 60 different placements, like getting kicked out. And so so to have parents come up to me and say that they can finally breathe, they know what to do, they feel in control, their kids have changed, and my words help them and I provide encouragement and make them feel that they can do it. And I teach them how to advocate. And so they're getting services for their kid, their school. So they feel confident that they know because they are the expert, which is my positioning. I am just the insider. I'm here just to give them the info because they are the expert, and they are the expert on their kids. And I teach them how to, not to raise their voice, but to improve their argument. And I teach them common objections that they're going to get, and so they know what to say. They know what they're going after. And I provide a community that when they do get their butt kicked, they could come and they could vent. Like, I equate myself to like a fight manager, right? So at the end of the round, they're getting their butts kicked. They come back, I'll give them some advice. I'll put the Vaseline on their face. I'll give them a squirt of water, a pat on the butt, get back out there. And they really appreciate that because they often feel alone and isolated and nobody gets it. And so to have people come up to me, like I was in Texas and I did the workshop, and this woman was like, don't know what to do. But so she gave me her Bible, and it had all her notes. It was probably for years, and I knew how much that meant to her. And sometimes I'm signing books, and I usually have did you enjoy yourself? What's your name? And I'll have people like just burst out into tears, and yeah, So it's so fulfilling. Once you follow that path. Just like in the Hero's Journey, that book by that guy. Once you find it, it's incredible. And just to know where they've been, because I've been a foster parent myself, and just the anxiety and the anguish and the fear and not knowing, to now knowing exactly what's going on, why the kids are acting the way they do, what to do, who to go, who to talk to. So I'm just the curator of that.
Well, Jeff, thank you for the work you're doing in the world. It's a privilege to talk to you and hear about your message and about your work and the good you're doing. And I think you probably understand how, for me, my mission is to get people launched, just like it is for you to help people with kids with FA and make that impact. And so the fact that I can help people like you make that impact in the world is just it's people like, if you're watching this, just trust in the process. This isn't how hearsay, and I'm not paid to. He's not forcing me or asking me to do this. I jumped at the chance. I could show numbers. This is tangible money, but it's what you could do with that money. And my life has changed, and it's all because I took a risk and I just followed the formula. That's why you call it a formula in the first place. So if you are watching this, by gosh, just hit the button, and where you could be in a year from now is amazing. So it's awesome. It's awesome to talk to you, though, dude. This was a big thrill for me. Yeah, Jeff, this has been great. It's been a long time coming. I'm glad we were able to connect. Really enjoyed talking to you. Thank you so much, and congratulations. There is nothing average about this man, and it's actually making me choke up here. Jeff, I know I saw you in the comments. I love what you're doing. It's such important work. There's nothing average about you and what you've done. So thank you and congratulations. And thank you, Lydia. That I've been able to, when I see someone like Jeff out in the world and doing that work and being able to do that work because of my work, it's like, okay, my job on earth is done here. If I didn't do anything else but have a piece in helping Jeff get out there and do that work, I've left the world a better place. There's many others, like Mary Barbera. She works with children on the autistic spectrum. It's just, I'm blessed to be able to help people do such important work. You know, Jeff, when he talked about positioning, that he's not the expert, but he leaned into that. That became an important part of his message. So a lot of you are saying, hey, I'm not an expert. I'm not the authority. I'm not an established authority. I don't have credentials. I don't have degrees. I don't have case studies. He leaned into it. He said he's a curator. He's the insider because he's studied a lot. That's how I started out with the stock market. Far less important work, but I was the curator. I was the insider that had studied. So he talked about positioning, and we covered that quite a bit in the coaching program, about how to get the positioning. He's not an expert. He leans into that. He said, doesn't understand words beyond 3 syllables. Well, I don't think that's true, Jeff. I don't think it's true, but what's important is your results, and the results you're getting is just breathtaking. So first launch, $2,000. Then he did the quick launch. I talked about the quick launch. I haven't taught you that in this masterclass because there's only so much I can fit in. But that's covered in the course, in the coaching program. He talked about the echo and how his book's now in all these different languages, how he does keynotes, how I think he said, I went by quickly, but minimum $5,000 for his keynotes, where back in the day it was like $300 and he was doing backflips, excited. And also, Jeff just messaged me on Facebook, and his last launch, he just sent it over this morning, was $64,000. So again, you've seen the way these launches grow, the launch stacking that I talked about in lesson number 2. Okay, so we are quickly drawing to a close here. Remember, there's a button down below that tells you everything you get in Product Launch Formula in the coaching program. Click on that button. You can see everything you get. We do have a deadline of tonight at midnight Pacific to get the lead magnet crowdsource call. So that's just my little way to get you to step in, because I know what lies on the other side of the fence. I know what lies if you throw your hat over the fence. And so I'm giving you an extra deadline, an extra bonus tonight. If you join by tonight at midnight, the lead magnet crowdsource call. So do we have a question or two, Dan?
Yeah, I love this. This isn't even a question, but I love this comment. This is from Kat. Kat says, I was on the list for 3 years. I wish I had bought the first year I had watched the masterclass. I would just be that much further along, but paid for itself within 6 months.
Right on.
Okay, so yeah, we do have a question. This one's from Steven. Steven says, if I already have accounts like ClickFunnels, ActiveCampaign, etc., can I keep using them, or do I have to switch to your recommended tech stack?
No, absolutely. So the tech stack there's nothing required about that. It's just for people that are just starting out. Because a lot of people are just starting out, they struggle with the technology. They worry about the technology. So we just want to take away that pain completely. If you already have some accounts and with the different programs, and you have you know what you're doing, you have comfort level with that, then boom, this is super adaptable.
Okay, awesome. Well, like you said, we're running low on time here, so you think maybe we move on to Kara?
Yeah, so we have one last case study to share with you with Kara, and we've seen her in the comments through this entire masterclass, so this is yet another amazing story. Here we go with Kara. Hey, I'm here with Kara Andretta, and Kara has a somewhat unique business and a great story, and Kara, welcome. Thanks for joining us.
Thanks for having me, Jeff.
And would you just tell everyone a little bit about yourself and your business?
Well, I am a stay-at-home mom, homeschooling my 3 boys, who is lucky enough to earn a really nice living teaching people how to run home-based custom cake decorating businesses. And that was not something I ever planned on doing, but once I saw a need in the market and figured out how to talk with people about it, it turned into something really cool.
And so could you just talk, because I know I've seen the photos, could you talk a little about what we're talking about with these cakes?
So my cakes in particular, and the people who are drawn to me, they're cakes that don't look like cakes. They look like anything but cake. And people look at them and go, oh, that booger eating troll, that's cake. I can eat that. Yes, you can definitely eat that. But they're gravity defying. They're really fun and cool. Nothing you're going to get at your local grocery store.
And how have you, so you've done this and now you actually help people have a business doing this. And so how has that happened? How's that evolved?
So I originally started with a blog back in 2012, and through teaching people how to make really cool cakes, I realized that the problem for people being successful in it had nothing to do with the physical skills. They loved learning it, but they made beautiful cakes, but they didn't have a successful business. And having a business background, I started hearing them saying little things, you know, just by paying attention to my audience and being present with them. And I realized that they needed a foundational support underneath their physical skill set. So I started talking to them about, well, you know, this is what makes businesses successful. And, you know, you could try this and, you know, how about that? And people started resonating with it and asking to hear more. So I decided to, you know, create a little program to kind of help them and to explain to people who are not business savvy, but who are creatives especially, how to be profitable about their creativity. And it worked.
And so what happened?
So in 2015, I hit an up spike in people following my decorating stuff. So I had more people kind of coming around me. And because I was already talking a little bit about business, I had this newer audience going, okay, we want to hear more too. And so I found this amazing program in September through another amazing man, Michael Hyatt. He introduced me to you in your world. And I thought, maybe this is how I do it. Maybe this is how I approach people and help them understand what I can do to help them, because I had no clue. I was just talking to people. And so I followed this formula, and I went from just selling, you know, a few thousand, you know, per year in physical cake decorating tutorials, to selling big numbers of business courses. And so my first beta launch kind of proved it to me that, you know, you can go big, you can go all in on this. And so then April of 2016, I went all in with PLF. I went all in with reaching my people, with talking to my people, with really being 100% there for them in what I was producing and the results that I wanted to help them achieve. And my launch, I did 88,000 in launch product numbers. So in my physical business course, Cake Success Mentor Series, but there was this other 3,000 of ancillary product purchases of small ticket items, just because people started finding me. I was growing this amazing group of people just through, you know, going out there and doing this launch. And so while my audience, I had an audience to start, it grew exponentially during this launch period. 10,000 new followers on Facebook in the 18 days between PLC1 and Close Cart. An extra, my launch list, I seeded my original list was 2,400 of people subscribing to me, but they just seeded my launch list. I said to them, hey, so I've got this thing. If you want to know more, you know, click this button. And then they only got it if they went over there. And there's only about 400 people who moved over, but my launch list grew to 6,000 total by the end of my launch. And I didn't know what to do with any of these numbers. These numbers were just climbing and climbing every day. And my husband, after the third day of open cart, was just like, I can't keep looking at this. I'm getting really bad anxiety and I'm becoming preoccupied. You tell me when you close cart and then we'll talk. And I was like, you know, I'm not gonna be able to shut up about this. This is too amazing.
So if from 400, so you had the following on Facebook sort of blew up. You got 400 of those to move over from Facebook to your email list. And at the beginning of your launch, and then it grew from there to 6,000.
My final My final launch email list was, I think, 6,100 and change. So yes.
And did that just come through word of mouth? People spreading, saying, go check this out?
I like to think the majority of it did, because I have a dedicated following, but I was using advertising. But I gotta say, people think that I must have put in like $40,000 worth of advertising. I spent $1,500 to advertise, and to have, $1 regenerate $450 for me, just to get the word out there and to just have a really good message. I really don't think the thing about it was the advertising. I think it was about how I spoke to people, how I connected with people, and the fact that I finally knew how to communicate in a way that would help them understand what we can change together.
Wow, amazing. So, and so you're a creative. I mean, it's not, you had some business background. I heard you say, but yeah, I mean, but you're at the heart, you're a creative, and you're working with creative, and you're teaching creatives, and you're helping creatives sell their stuff, right? And which is interesting, because a lot of times people that are creative and they're artists. I mean, you're working with artists, and a lot of times artists are, I know this, that they're reluctant to sell, and they're a lot of times not terribly savvy about business. And what would you, because I've got a lot of those people following me, and they're wondering, can business work? Can selling work? Am I going to feel bad about selling? What would you say about all of that, since you're coaching those people?
Yes. So I would say that the biggest hurdle to get over and is the idea that what you have can positively impact another person, which can positively impact the world. And one of the more hard things I ever heard, but that I drive into my people over and over, and that they actually love once the tough loving moment feels over, is you're selfish. If you're hoarding what goodness you have, and you are not changing other people's lives for the better with it. And I think once you get it out of the I'm unsure of myself to maybe I am being selfish about this, it starts to no longer be about you and that internal creative of, am I good enough? Are people going to like me? Which is the creative, dialogue we have happening inside. But when you realize that even if you're teaching someone to paint better, like a Nick Wilton, there's satisfaction, there is a win happening in there, and it doesn't matter what kind of creativity it is. As a creative, and Jeff, you love music, that there's something that creative, that art does for a human soul. It's healing, it's life-giving, and it doesn't matter that it's creativity and not like, book publishing or something like that, or, web development. It doesn't matter. What matters is that you're doing something for a human soul and spirit and bettering the world through doing so.
Amen. Thank you. So how about, I've seen some of your launches, I've seen some of your copy, I've seen some really, really fantastic email copy from you. So how do you think about creating your pre-launch content, creating that story, creating that connection?
I think one of the strongest and best tools I have that I learned was to know my avatar like I know myself. I know her. She has a name. I have multiple products and I have multiple avatars. I know Karen, I know Cheryl, and I know Christy. And I know specifically where they live in my head. I know what their kitchens look like. I know what their kids and family look like. I know what they wear when they go outside the house. I know what their anxieties are. And I am so connected with who they are that they are quite simply people to me. They are not, a worksheet any longer. And thinking about talking to one single person throughout all of that changes it from being this impersonal, hey guys, I have this thing, I think some of you might want it to, hey, Christy, I think this might matter to you. I think this might be something that you think about or worry about. And I think I can help. And it changes the conversation that goes on in your head, which then changes what you end up typing. But connecting with another human being, understanding their story and discussing their story throughout the story arc and taking them through their own journey, but through your eyes of understanding, it makes all the difference.
One of the emails that I remember reading of yours was, it was an email you sent it was the closing day on your open cart period. And do you remember that email?
I had a couple good ones, but I've had one.
Tell me about a couple of good ones. Or one of because you had some really special copy.
I'm not sure if it's the same one you're thinking of, but I was literally kind of a little bit broken in that moment. I didn't know what more to offer my people. I went to my community within the PLF community, and I just said, I need support. I was really just looking for emotional support, and I got more support. But what I realized I needed to do was just drop the marketing, drop the, that last minute natural want to get more sales, and instead just address the human being on the other side of the computer. Because if I couldn't connect with them as a human, then I had failed. And it can be really hard. It can be really hard, especially in like open cart period, to turn off the marketer and to remember it's a human being. It's not just a transaction. And that was one of the biggest blessings I received from the community, but that I was able to then pour forward into my community, was that, hey, whether or not you join me here, thank you. And I hope I've served you. Please stick around anyways. But we're all on this journey together. And that email, that just heartfelt email about nothing other than thanking them for being in my world, that did turn into sales. But that wasn't actually my objective at that moment. It was simply to pour gratitude forward, because pouring gratitude forward is never a losing situation. So
yeah, that was exactly the email I was thinking of. It was an extraordinary email, and it was beautiful because we got to see how it developed when you came to the community and you said, this is what I'm feeling, and you got coaching, and the coaching was just, hey, take this moment of realness and rawness and share that with your people, because this is the moment when they need to hear that.
Yeah.
And it was beautiful. And
thank you.
It's just beautiful. So for someone wondering, who is maybe a creative who is wondering if this will work for them, if they can launch, what would you say to them?
Absolutely. The only obstacle in your way is you. And that, that could be the toughest obstacle, or it could be the easiest obstacle to set aside and to allow the program in. I remember the one thing you said that changed everything for me. And I didn't approach this trepidatiously. I didn't approach it with, caution, or I was open to everything. But one of the things you said in the very first module is, you have to drop but this won't work for me. This won't work in my niche. You have to leave that at the door and just trust. And I've used that with my students, because it's almost like permission to people, but I needed that permission and that nudge to just trust the process. And that's one of the first times in my life I've ever ceased control and just given it over. And I learned an amazing lesson in that moment, that maybe I don't know everything. And maybe I don't even know everything about my niche or my people or how they're going to respond. So maybe somebody else really can help me do what I, dream of doing. And that was the turning point for me. So I would encourage others to, before they get to that first point, to hear that and internalize that. Just drop the idea and be open and follow the process.
Kara, thanks so much. It's been great to watch your journey. And I just love the passion and the heart that you bring for your people and how you serve them. It's great to watch. Thank you.
Thank you, Jeff. I had a great mentor.
Drop the marketing, go with the human connection. I can't believe here I am, I don't know how many hours into this, teaching you marketing, and that's what I've got to say for you, is drop the marketing. What this program is about is the human connection, and it's about selling in a non-hypey, non-sleazy, non-scammy way. It's about delivering value and leading people up to that precipice and then asking them to make the decision, asking them to throw their hat over the fence if they want to go further. If not, fine. You delivered value to them either way. And I love marketing. I love marketing because it allows you to move people to a greater good. You know, Kara said, stop hoarding the knowledge. Stop being selfish. Love that. And obviously her results are amazing, and the list growth through her launch was amazing. But the part that really hit me was just, this isn't about being slick. Drop the marketing and go with the human connection. And yeah, I think we might. There's a couple questions in there, and then we're going to put a wrap on this.
Yeah, and you know, I think at this point, we've just got a whole lot of really stoked people in here who are just loving on Kara. Here's one more question for you though. This one's from Eva. Eva says, the biggest thing that worries me is, like, I don't even know where to get started. I don't even know what to do first, much less what to do after that, after I get started. If I teach people how to do a thing properly, where do I go next?
This is something, so thank you for the question, Eva, and this is something that holds people back. And the reality is you don't need to know that. You need to know your next step. You need to know your next step, and that's what we coach you to. It's what I call baby steps. It's not what is the 100th step, what is the 1000th step, what is the 10th step. It's like, what is the next step? And we've spent all our time, my team and I, building this program to walk you through the next step. You heard Jeff Noble talk about that. Just focus on the next step, the next step. You heard Kara just talk about that in Module 1. Drop the wondering if the process works, just take the next step. It's all super interactive. And you know, the reality is you're going to go through this, get your launch done, and then here, your people will tell you if they need and what they need next in terms of a next offer. The reality is, I've been selling one product for 15 years, and it's worked out pretty well. You don't have to worry about the next product, the next offer, or even the next launch. You just have to worry about the next step, and that's what we coach you to do. That's what's in the program. That's why it's so step by step. You know, yeah, we're drawing to a close here. We do have an after-hours session for you coming up in the Launch Masterclass Facebook group with JT, the MC, and Coach Barry, Coach Donna. I just heard, Kristen just told me, we've had 1,000 chats. So when you click through to like the summary page, that welcome page, and even from beyond there to the order page, you can chat with my team. We've had 1,000 chats since we started this masterclass, 1,000. And remarkably, there's like a satisfaction survey after it, and we've had 100% satisfaction in 1,000 chats. Unbelievable, unbelievable. So we are here to serve you. We're here to serve you from now right up until our close on Friday. This is when we close down. This is when I regather myself a little bit in the weekend, and then we start next Monday. Module 1 on Monday, coaching call on Tuesday. But you got to join, unless you want to wait until next September, you got to join by midnight Pacific time on Friday. Now, if you join today, you will get the lead magnet crowdsource call, which is happening tomorrow. It's happening tomorrow. And so the lead magnet crowdsource call will, basically, we're going to get on a Zoom call with you and your new cohort of PLF owners, and we're going to walk through the creation process. Actually, it's the idea genesis process to create that lead magnet. The lead magnet is the thing that you give people. It's the carrot for people to opt into your list. And as you can imagine, if you have really, really, really tasty carrots, it's easier to get people to opt into your list, to join your list, to grow your list. So on this call, it's happening tomorrow. I don't have it here, but it's happening tomorrow. It's at 4 p.m. Eastern. And if you can't make it, you can get the recording. But we're going to have a Zoom call, so you're going to be able to see me and the whole cohort. And we are going to be basically, as a group, brainstorming brainstorming what your lead magnets should be. And you will literally get hundreds of ideas, because you're going to be able to see the ideas being generated by everyone. And you know what? If there's a great idea about a lead magnet for how to play guitar, but you're teaching how to meditate, many of those ideas, you'll be able to take those and translate them to your market. So we've done this twice before. It was an amazingly powerful call, and you will get hundreds and hundreds of ideas, and you only have to take one of those ideas and tweak it a little bit, and you could have the greatest lead magnet ever. That's happening tomorrow at 4 p.m. Eastern. That's why you have to join tonight, just so we can get you set up. So join tonight by midnight, and you get the lead magnet crowdsource call. If you can't make it live, then you can get the recording. So just going through the rest of the week, tomorrow there is no broadcast whatsoever. The blueprint is a PDF you can get. The PDF is, I don't know, it's 30, 35 pages outlining the blueprint of the entire product launch formula. We also have a very extensive frequently asked questions. If you have any questions about this process, about launching, we answer something like 45 questions there. Thursday, same time as normal, 4 p.m. Eastern, the launch Knights of the Square Table. This is a fun, a number of the folks that you have seen, the stars of our case studies, are going to be on a Zoom call with me, and we're going to be going through sort of like if you knew then what you know now, what would you have done differently? What worked really well? How has your business progressed? How do you actually build a business like this? So that's going to be on Thursday, same as normal time, 4 p.m. Eastern, U.S. time, the launch Knights of the Square Table. Friday, we are closing down registration for the year. Close down. This new cohort starts on Monday. We are also going to have a broadcast at the normal time, 4 p.m. Eastern time. It'll be our closing ceremonies, and I'm really looking forward to it because I get to share my team with you. We're going to do a Zoom. You'll get to see my team. You'll get and they're going to share some of the stuff they've learned from being part of this process and seeing so many hundreds and thousands of people go through this process. So you can learn from them. And we're just going to put a wrap on this because we're only Tuesday, but it already feels pretty epic. You know, we did 3.5 hours on Friday and 4 hours on Saturday and 4 hours on Sunday. And I don't know how long we've gone today, but it feels like a pretty epic thing. And it's still happening, but here we'll do our closing ceremonies just to put a wrap on it. The Masterclass, all the recordings come down. This is when you have to join Product Launch Formula Coaching Program. You have to join us by Friday, but really the best experience is going to be if you join today and get on that lead magnet crowdsource call. And oh, by the way, remember this is a 2-week guarantee, but the two-week money back guarantee, right? But that's 2 weeks starts right here. So if you join here, that just gives you more time to get in here before that guarantee period. So yeah, that is lesson number 4. I'm tired. It's been a thing. You know, I was thinking this morning, you know, one more time into the battle, one more time. And you just never know. You just never know how many times you get to do something like this. How many times you get to show up and do something really cool that's going to help so many people. You never know. You know, life there's no guarantees in life. And it's been my privilege to show up here over these 4 sessions. And I want to thank you for taking part. And I want to I want to thank all the amazing people in those case studies for showing up and doing their work and taking what they learned from me out into the world and creating just great light out in the world and great abundance and goodness and wisdom and knowledge. And so proud of them and so proud of all those 65 case studies and so proud of all those PLF owners that have been in the comments all along. I want to thank you. I want to thank you for allowing me to do this work. If you're just coming into my world, thanks for showing up. And whether you join me or not, this stuff works. And you can create something amazing. You can have that launch life. That first sale, I remember where I was, exactly what I was doing when that first sale came in. And it made me realize that people will actually pay me money for something that I create. Changed my life. And you can have that experience. There's no easy button, but there is a formula. There's this well-trodden path that literally thousands have gone down before you. It works. I think, or I hope I've proven that to you. I hope I've proven that to you, and I hope you get where I'm coming from and where my team is coming from, and that's the fact that we want you to launch. We want to get you launched. We want you to get your work out in the world. Just like Kara said, it's like that thing by Marilyn, who is it? I'm blanking on the name. No, different one, but it's that piece about who are you to play small. And someone's going to help me out in the comments here. Who are you to play small? Who are you to hoard your knowledge? Who are you to hoard your skills? Marianne Williamson, thank you. You can do this. You can do it. Thank you for being here with me. Thank you for letting me show up and serve, letting me do my work, let me make my dent in the universe. I so appreciate you. Whether you join me in the coaching program or not, whether you wait until next year or not, I so appreciate everyone that's shown up, everyone that's left comments. For those of you who are stepping forward with us, now is the time to do it because we've got that deadline tonight. And I look forward to serving you in the Product Launch Formula Coaching Program. My entire team looks forward to serving you. And what a few days we have had. Thanks for tuning in. There's a button down below this video. Click that and you can see all the details in the coaching program. But again, thank you for being here. Thank you for letting me to reach out to you as a human to a human. Even though we have all kinds of miles between us, all kinds of distance, and we're in a crazy, crazy time, thank you for letting me show up and serve. super secret segment. Didn't think I forgot about you. So a lot of time, this masterclass is, if you've noticed, has really been my pre-launch for the coaching program. And over the years, it's changed radically, and many times over and over and over. And in the past, I would share a lot more of my story, but I just think it's more powerful to, for some reason, people look at me and they're like, okay, it works for Jeff, but like you've got some like secret marketing gene, or you've got some, you know, you're some magician. And so and frankly, I think clearly, well, I don't. Just been doing it for a long time. So, but anyways, I've enjoyed, and what I've done is I've leaned more into the telling of stories of my students. And it's more fun for me that way. And I think it's more effective. But I used to tell a lot more about my story. And my story actually starts, you know, I started my business in '96, but there was the preamble to that was I once got an piece of email advertising something. This is back when you almost got no emails whatsoever. And it was advertising something called Turn Your Computer into a Money Machine. So this was an impossibly cheesy title, but it was $99.50 for this training program. And I remember got it, and I printed it out. It was this long email, and I printed out this email. It's all about how to create information, like special reports, they call it. Special reports that you could sell for like $7 or $9 or $12 or something like that. And this is before the internet was really a thing. And it was how to do this on like CompuServe and America Online, if you know what those things are. They were like the progenitor of the internet. And so it was basically how to get in the publishing industry. And I printed that out and I read it over and over and over. And the reason I read it over and over and over was it was $99.50 for this training program. And the training program actually, so I lay in bed thinking about this and thinking, obviously, the publishing industry is a real thing. Because at that point, I was reading, I'd go to the library and in my research about the stock market, I would read the Wall Street Journal from 100 years ago on microfiche, if any of you know what that is. And so obviously, if there's a newspaper that's been around for 100 years, they must be making a profit. So to me, I could just see, okay, publishing industry makes a profit, and this training program, I didn't even know what you would call it back then, home study course or something like that, was going to teach sort of how to get a foot in this industry. And it made so much logical sense. And it was just read it over and over and over and over. I'd lay in bed thinking about this. And eventually I wrote a check. I didn't tell Mary about it because I was embarrassed. And we had very little money, very little money. And I was embarrassed. I didn't want to tell her. So but I got the checkbook. I wrote out the check, sent a check off, and a few days later, I got the package. This, big package, and it had a few floppy disk drives in it. If any of you know what floppy disks are, 3.5-inch floppy disk. And so I got that. And again, it wasn't about how to do business online, or on the internet, but it was how to do business on these online services. And it was actually a very good program. It was the basics that taught the basics of direct marketing and how to apply that on these online information services. And that was the start. That was the start for me. It gave me the core of like how to write copy and how to create. It was just the start. And it took me a while to figure out, to actually get rolling. But that was the start, that $99.50 that I spent, that, I've sold tens of millions of dollars of my products, and it all started with the decision to throw my hat over the fence because I was scared to buy that. Eventually I told Mary, and amazingly enough, she was completely supportive of me and said, oh, fantastic, this sounds great. She didn't understand it. I barely understood it, but I threw my hat over the fence and I said, I'm going to spend $100. And that tens of millions of dollars of sales later, living in, having the secret headquarters and moving out, Mary being able to retire, the kids being raised around this business and getting to experience what that is like, the ability to eat the food we want, to travel how we want, to live out in the mountains in the town we want, to have incredible freedom, but to make, to be able to do the work I just did right back there. I'm going to get emotional again probably because, like I said, I don't know how many times I get to do this, but it's been awesome being with you. And I ended up, the woman who created that product turned, again, cheesy name. It sounds ridiculous now, but I bought it. Turn your computer into a money machine. And that was created by a woman by the name of Sheila Danzig. And I don't know, about 8 years later, I sent an email to Sheila. I dug up her email address somehow, and I sent an email to Sheila, and I'm like, let me just tell you about what that product did. Not just for me, but for thousands of others. And not just for those thousands of others, but for all the people they helped. All the people that Jeff Noble helped. All the people that Mary Barbera helped. All the people that Luis Carlos Flores helped. All the people that Casey Morris helped. All the people that Sabrina helped. All the people that Michael helped. And so I sent that letter to her, and I just got, obviously that was, or I sent that email to her. Obviously she was overjoyed when she wrote back. She was just beside herself with how that had impacted me. And it's just ridiculous what one decision that I made after laying in bed thinking about it. See, the one thing she could have done different is if she put a deadline on it, I wouldn't have waited for weeks thinking about it. If she put a deadline on it, then I would have been here much faster, or at least a few days faster. But one decision, when you look back on your life, like, what if I hadn't? What if I hadn't bought that? I wouldn't be here. Wouldn't be here. And Kara wouldn't be doing what she's doing. And Jeff Noble wouldn't be doing what he's doing. It's breathtaking what throwing your hat over the fence one time will do for you. So thank you for sticking around for the super secret segment. It's been crazy. It's absolutely been a crazy experience. And I really appreciate you being here. We'll see you.